the same. No. Yes.
No. Yes. So feel free to log in and use that. One last note, like you just heard, we will be recording this event to help us prepare the report out. We hope to be able to share with you some form. Get some time to put that together. But so we're recording this to help us do that report out, but don't be intimidated by that. We just want you to worry about it. Okay. All righty, sir. Lieutenant Colonel David Zessinger is the squadron commander, 23rd Space Operations Squadron, Delta 6 Space Command Operations, Do Boston Space Force Station, New Hampshire. He leads more than 240 military, DoD civil servants, and contractor personnel, providing operations and maintenance to 8 satellite control networks, 2 GPS, and 7 specialized antenna systems worth more than $3 billion that provide command and control to DoD, national, and civil satellite control centers operating over 190 intelligence, weather, navigation, warning, and communication satellites. Lieutenant Colonel Zessinger is also dual-headed as the installation commander, responsible for facilities and 2,200 acres of bucolic New England countryside, natural resources valued at over $1.25 billion. Lieutenant Colonel Zessinger received his commission from the Air Force Academy in 2005, where he earned his Bachelor of Science degree, later earning his Master's of Business at the American Military University. He went to Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana, where he directed the operations of intercontinental ballistic missiles spanning a 5,000 square mile missile field. Next, he served at the 50th Space Wing at Schriever Air Force Base, Colorado, where he oversaw the defense and operations of 3 executive officer at headquarters Air Force Space Command, the chief scientist, the mobilization assistant, and the NASA liaison. Afterwards, at headquarters, United States Strategic Command and Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, he advocated for the nation's missile warning capability while also manning the Global Operations Center as a space advisor. His last assignment before coming to Boston was as executive officer to the Vice Chief of Space Operations at headquarters of the United States Space Force in the Pentagon, where he was a plank holder in establishing the new service. And for those of you who might not be aware of that, when the new service stood up or a new system was developed, planks give it to the original people there. So Colonel Zessinger was one of those plank holders. Now I would also have a personal note that he and his wife Molly are raising 3 of the most precious daughters you'd ever hope to see. So with that, sir.
I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you for organizing all this. Biomass would. Thank you. Appreciate it. So thank you all for being here. It's great to have you here. I'm glad we can bring industry together here on base and talk about wood. We have our slides up on our. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give a mission brief on what we do here at New Boston from the Space Force side, and give you a little heads up on what the Space Force is. So as George mentioned, I came from the Pentagon. I'm actually from Northern Virginia as well, so it was nice to be home back there. But I'm a stranger to New England, but in some ways it's a bit of a homecoming. My grandfather's grandfather is buried about an hour and a half west of here. He was in the Revolution with his father. And I got to go there this summer and see his grave. And when I was there, I couldn't help but think of what would he imagine of his grandson being in something called the Space Force, and a Space Force station being a stone's throw away from where he's laying to rest. And I imagine a lot of you guys have questions about the Space Force as well. So I'll try to answer some of those. So go ahead, Julie. Next slide. So why a Space Force? I imagine most of you guys coming here this morning, we're using space half a dozen times just to get here. You wake up and you're with an alarm that's on your iPhone that's linked to space. You check the news in the morning. you use your GPS to come here because you don't know how to get here. Space touches every single aspect of our lives. The cornflakes you had for breakfast, they're being produced using space technology to make agriculture so much more effective than it was a generation ago. It just touches every single aspect of our lives, from banking to stoplights, big things that you don't imagine, and that's especially true with warfare. So picture in the center is a B-17 bomb group going to bomb Germany in World War II. My grandfather flew bombers in World War II. Back in his day, if you were going to go after a target in, say, a factory, you would send 100 bombers to go after it. Each of those bombers has about 10 people in there and about 10 bombs. So 1,000 bombs, 1,000 people going after one solitary target. And maybe you had a 50% chance of hitting what you actually wanted to hit. And a lot of those bombs are still falling. They're going to cause collateral damage. Who knows what they're going to do? But that's what we had to do back in the 40s, and we did it, and we did it well. But that was actually one of the most dangerous jobs in the military during World War II, being in the 8th Air Force, leaving England, going over to bomb Germany. They had the highest casualty rates among all those who served. Fast forward to Vietnam. My father flew F-4s in Vietnam. Similar circumstance. You maybe have 2 or a dozen fighters going after one target. Maybe had a little higher percentage chance of actually hitting the target and a little lower casualty rate, but still you're risking 24 lives to go after one target, and maybe you'll hit it, maybe you won't. But now with the capabilities that we have in space, we can send one aircraft and it can strike dozens of targets independently. That saves our lives, takes the risk away from American warriors, and it also reduces the casualties on the ground and collateral damage. So that's huge, and that's all thanks to space. So critically important. Go to the next slide. Sorry, do the next slide. So the graph on the top, it might be hard to see, but this is the threat level in space. So at the end of the Cold War, you can see it kind of crescendos up there when the Soviet Union collapses. And in 1991, we didn't have any competition in space. We had it all to ourselves, and we built the most exquisite satellites you have. The size of a Greyhound bus, $1 billion, have all the bells and whistles, can do all sorts of things. Not even thinking about any kind of threats or defenses, because we didn't need to. No one else was going to go out and touch us. So for 20, 30 years, we had the game in space. It was all ours, and we did all sorts of cool things. The first Gulf War, we started utilizing space, making smart weapons, making them more accurate. And then up into the War on Terror, we're fighting people who are living in caves, and they don't know that we can see them. We know where they are. We're tracking their phone calls. All sorts of efficiencies coming directly from space. Meanwhile, our adversaries, China and Russia chiefly, are taking note of this. They're watching this, and they see what we can do with space, and they're a little afraid of it, and understandably so. And they also see it as an Achilles heel. And you can think of this: your kids, if they're driving to the market or something, and if they don't have their iPhone, they're probably going to get lost. And just expand that another generation or two, and just think how bad it's going to be with our grandkids. And imagine fighting a war like that with a generation of people who aren't used to looking at maps, aren't used to doing it the hard way. And all the efficiencies that are gained from space are now evaporated if we don't have space. And China and Russia see that. 2007, China sent a ASAT, an anti-satellite missile, up into space, blew up one of their derelict satellites, created a debris field, thousands of pieces of debris. And you gotta understand, a paint fleck in space is traveling 18,000 miles an hour. And if that hits something, it's basically like a rifle hidden a wall. So if you have a piece of space debris from a satellite the size of a golf ball, that could potentially take out another satellite, and that's going to create a domino effect, and then space is going to be unusable, and it's going to be a big mess for all of us. So China did that in 2007. They actually had to raise the elevation of the International Space Station to avoid that space debris, because the way they did it just shot debris all over where their orbit was. And so that was kind of a wake-up call. This is, hey, China's entered the game, and they've just been expanding ever since. And Russia too, when you're an authoritarian nation, you can throw resources wherever you want, and they've been throwing it in space. You can see here in the bottom, Russia and China both started their own version of the Space Force back in 2015 to get after this Achilles heel that we have in space. So those are some of the reasons why we've been developing and branching on the Space Force from the Air Force. And it's President Trump pushed it over the goal line, and like it or not, it's a political lightning rod, because that's what he did. And it was bipartisan before President Trump, and I think it's bipartisan now. and it's really been in the works since the 80s to try to make a separate space force. So we have one now. We're growing, and it's going to take a while. But what happened was the Air Force, Department of the Air Force, is branched out, and you have the Air Force that flies planes, and now you have the Space Force as a separate service, very similar to the Department of the Navy. You have the Navy, and you have the Marine Corps. So it's a separate and equal co-branch of the armed services. Go ahead, next slide. So this is kind of the org chart of the Space Force. You have the CSO, the Chief of Space Operations, at the top. He's a 4-star general. On the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he's got a seat at the table with the President and the Joint Chiefs of Staff when they make all sorts of any kind of national security issue. So that's a huge advantage, because before you would have an Air Force general that would speak for the fighters, the bombers, and nuclear weapons, and space. So it's the tertiary or fourth down responsibility of the Air Force. But now you have something that's solitary with space in mind, which is a good thing the way the world's going. And you have the Space Force is organized into a couple different commands. You have the NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, 5 satellites. They're in Fort Belvoir, Virginia. You have SPOC, which is Space Operations Command, and perhaps we hurt ourselves a little with the name there, calling ourselves SPOC, but we're broken up into a variety of deltas, which are groups led by a full bird colonel who has maybe half a dozen squadrons that get after a specific subset of space, like navigation, GPS, or we're part of the satellite control network. That's our delta, and also deals a lot with cyber. Then you have Space Systems Command. That's a 3-star general who's going to buy and procure rockets, satellites, that sort of thing. And then you have STARCOM, which is our training command. And these are all being developed right now, and it's a very fluid process. But the point here is, if you look at the org chart of the Army or Navy or Air Force, is much bigger and much more complex. We're trying to get light, lean, and agile, build a 21st century force that is responsive, because a lot of times with those big org charts, things get gummed up in bureaucracy, and that's what we want to avoid, especially the way technology advances and how fast we go here in the Space Force. So that's the Space Force. And if we go to the next slide, this is history here at New Boston. So New Boston Air Station started in 1942. For World War II, they were going to come here and use it as a bombing range and strafing range. And it's very ironic that we bombed this area extensively for about 10 years, and it's really preserved a lot of the history here in this 3,000-acre installation. And you guys will see that when we roll around after the summit. But we have prehistoric activity here dating back 12,000 years. Native American artifacts have been found on site. There are about 70 colonial foundations here dating back to the 1700s, and you'll get to see and walk around some of them. But they're just foundations of houses with tools and implements littered all throughout the woods. And again, it's really neat to see that, because if this were anywhere else, that would have been picked over or bulldozed over or developed, and you wouldn't see that history right in front of you. And one of those sites that we'll take you to is Lindy Farm, which was the last stop on the Underground Railroad. So very cool to have that here on base and have that history and maintain that. So our CE department does a great job taking care of that. So in the 1942, we bought this land. The government bought the land from about a dozen families. There's a big pond in the middle of the base that we'll take you out to. That was the target where the fighters and bombers would come and take out targets that would be floating on the lake. And we've collected about 45 tons of scrap iron in the past years. So Mr. Oja will be one of the, he's going to be my favorite panel here, and he can answer questions about that. But that's a lot of iron and a lot of bombs that they dropped here. But we're safe to walk anywhere on base. They've done an extensive job of metal detecting, the arm in arm, all throughout the base, and finding all of that. So they did a really good job of cleaning up. So we're safe. Just would advise not to maybe dig, because you never know where you're gonna run into. So after the bombing days, we transitioned into a satellite tracking station. So the airplane on the upper right with the looks like a bomb coming out of it, that's actually the Corona project. So that was the first intelligence satellite. You have a satellite up in space, and it has film, and it takes pictures of the Soviet Union, and then it drops that film from space in a canister, and then an airplane goes out and catches it. That was the Corona program, and we built satellite tracking stations here to maintain that system. That was 1959. And we've been doing satellite tracking here in New Hampshire ever since. And you can see, we'll get you a better look at the space balls, as my daughters call them, when we get out of here. Go ahead, next slide. So New Boston, you can see our mission there, but in layman's terms, if you think of a 1950s telephone operating center, the old lady with the pencil in her hair, sticking the cables into boxes with a bunch of holes in them, that's the very unsexy version of what we do here. So we're connecting users constantly, all the time, but those users are anything from communication satellites for the military, weather, intelligence, GPS, all that sort of thing. So we are a bent pipe talking from the ground to space, telling a satellite what to do or collecting information from that satellite and then pushing it on to the users. So we do that about 60 times a day for each of those balls that we'll reach out and touch one of those satellites. Here in New Boston, as we said, about 3,000 acres, 120 personnel here on base. It's a very small military footprint. In fact, we have all the military members here right now in this room. There's 4 of us. It used to be a lot heavier military footprint, but things got automated and we didn't require all the personnel. We do have about 40 DoD civilians. A lot of our team in civil engineering are DoD civilians, and a lot is contracted. The actual operations for these antennas is contracted, and as well as our security, the guys that you saw at the gate in black with the guns. And we're divided into operations, civil engineering, and security teams. And as George mentioned, I'm responsible for a few other satellites stations in Florida, the United Kingdom, Greenland, and Ascension Island. And we just got back from Greenland a couple of weeks ago, and it's basically the same setup, but in Greenland and very cold. And you can imagine there's not a lot of biomass up there to help them with that energy. But go ahead, next slide. So this is a video. It kind of demonstrates what I talked about. The blue is the satellite orbit, and the blue dots are satellites, and you have a purple beam coming up from a ground station that's going to reach out and touch a satellite, and it can be low Earth orbit, just a few hundred miles from the surface, up to geosynchronous orbit, which is 2.5 Earths away, 22,000 miles away, and we can reach out and touch those guys and relay information and make sure that they're doing their mission. And in the upper left, you can see a smattering of places. So we have New Boston here is responsible for basically everything touching the Atlantic, and our sister squadron, much lesser squadron, is in Vandenberg in California. And they have the Pacific and the Indian Ocean in David Garcia. So it's important to have, you want all these little pile of seashells in the ocean, in the middle of nowhere, so you can stand up in your footprint and look up and reach a variety of satellites that you can't on the other side of the world. So you want that diversity of geography to do that. And I spoke a little bit to the types of users that we have. So and we also have research and development. We work with NASA as well, utilizing the system. So pretty important mission, a lot going on. And if New Boston shuts down and the satellite control network shuts down, we lose a lot of our capability in space, which our military, our economy, our government, you name it, has become dependent. Go ahead. All right, so here at New Boston, we also have a mighty support system here. We've got contracted security. We've got civil engineering. Mr. Jason Aftanis behind you is in charge of that. He does an excellent job. He's a retired squadron commander and a lot of experience. And you can imagine maintaining an installation. There's all sorts of issues with things breaking, and you're always trying to duct tape and bail and fix things on the fly and try to make that budget work. And he does an excellent job. We also have an outdoor and recreation services, Kevin. He's our one and only guy, and he maintains the morale here on base and does an excellent job. And events like this are possible through Kevin. So thank you, Kevin, for doing that. We've got a couple toys that we play with too. We got mountain bikes and some other equipment that we utilize here to build and maintain our morale. And it's as you can see, going around base, it's a great place for outdoors. Go ahead, next. And then environmental stewardship. So the middle is going to be a bomb's going off. That was a UXO from a few years ago. It's about to blow. But keep in mind, that wasn't the initial bomb, the original bomb. You pile up a bunch of explosives on top of that to make it blow. but they did that with 2009, is that right, Jeff, or so, when everything's been cleared. And we found bombs, 300 feet from my main office up there.
Yeah,
So
right
that's,
behind your building. Yes, we did.
yeah, so knock on wood, there's not anymore, but they did an extensive job doing that. They drained Joe English Pond and found a few more tons of explosives there. And they've just done a bang up job taking care of the base. But go ahead, next slide. We have a variety of wildlife here. So this 3,000 acres acts kind of as a sanctuary for all sorts of biodiversity. I'm sure you probably saw some turkeys coming in. I saw a moose at the front gate a couple weeks ago. There's a bear outside Jason's office a couple weeks ago, trying to get his lunch. And so it's very, very unique command here. As a space commander, I've never realized I'd have to hear briefings about white fungus and bat nostrils that have to be protected, and all sorts of things that are just very new and unique to this area. And we've got endangered turtles, all sorts of things that we take really good care of. And it's you can see that top left, you can see some controlled burns that we've done here. We do that fairly routinely.
Yeah, spring and fall, yes, sir.
For spring and fall, and then that actually makes a lot of blueberry fields, which is pretty nice. Go ahead next. Here's the map. So we're up there. The main base is the red circle. You can see Joe English Pond in the center where they would come bomb. Up on the top left, you can see Joe English Hill, all the contour lines. A beautiful little spot, but this is a great piece of New England that we really enjoy and we're very proud of maintaining. And hopefully we can make it worth even more with a little bio. But I'd be happy to take any of your questions on Space Force in Boston and anything like that. And otherwise, I'm really looking forward to the rest of the summit and very glad that all of you guys are here. But again, any questions, I'd be happy to take. Sir.
Yeah, I got a question regarding just the scale of the conversation. So there's some number of kilowatt hours you use a year here. Is that something you can talk about? Get to it? Okay. All right. Scope's important for this conversation.
Yep, absolutely. Sir.
Are all the Space Force officers going to come to the Air Force Academy?
No, not necessarily. So Major Chalmers, he did not go through the Air Force Academy. It's Space Force. That's what, just like any other service, you have a military academy and you have ROTC or other ways of accessions. So it's similar to the.
But none of them will come to West Point or Naval Academy.
They could. There actually were a few. So even before the Space Force, you could go to the West Point and cross commission into the Air Force or the Navy. And it's onesie twosies, and we had that with the Service Academy's graduation last year. So there were a few coming to West Point.
I got one other
Please.
related question.
Yeah.
So years ago, there was talk about sending some of this of the base back to the local towns. Obviously, I don't think that's in conversation anymore, but is it?
I haven't heard anything of that right now, so I don't think that's on the plate right now. But real estate is high, so maybe that would be we can make a deal.
I was just wondering, maybe you can't talk about specifics, but it seems like a really important installation in terms of strategic importance. And I imagine there'd be some redundancy built into the systems you have in case single.
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
So each of those locations peppered throughout the world, it's basically you can copy and paste what we have here and assume that that's there to a degree. So that they can maintain the satellite control network to a degree when someone's down for maintenance or otherwise.
But I think you saw from that video that some of it is a line of sight problem, right? Where they can't see everything. So without this place, it would have degradation in the ability to function. So they all work together.
Yeah, certainly prolonged outages would create a problem with scheduling to try to make sure that we reach out and touch all those satellites that we need to on a regular basis.
So you work with other like Army and Navy, those installations.
So the satellite control network, which we're a part of, is all Space Force, and so it's us and our sister unit in California that maintain all of those specific locations for our network. There are other ground stations. The GPS, for instance, has its own ground station for their satellites, because they have a, 24 satellites that they're responsible for. They do use ours to a backup extent. Maybe Chalmers, you have anything there?
And so the Space Force owns the satellite control network, but then NASA utilizes us as an alternate. Navy uses us as well. Army uses us. But one of the neat things with the Space Force is prior to when we were the Air Force, Army had their own space mission. The Navy had their own space mission. Those now are transferring over to the Space Force to kind of be civic specialized.
I lived in Quadrant, so that's why I asked that question, because I know they're really important on the radar part.
Yeah, and so Navy had kind of their own version of the Space Control Network. So up in Maine, I can't remember the site.
Prescott Harbor or?
Yeah, so about 5 hours north of us, and that's be transferring over to the Space Force here in a couple months as well. But once it's all transferred over, there's still going to be users in really the Department of Defense that utilize us on a regular basis.
Any other questions? And I'm happy to answer anything during the breaks as well. So, but thank you all for being here. We're looking forward to this.
Something more every time I hear Charlie, even there you are. I almost had large. Oh, thank you again, sir. Do we have Carey Holmes? Carey? Which of us, but got a letter from
I do,
Senator
yes.
Haskell. Would you like to move that to after break, or would you like to?
Absolutely, whatever works for you.
Well, I think that'd be a great spot for it, because I think that's probably the best reach for the Bioenergy Day audience, because that's when they're going to be kind of looking in one of their own, so it might work best. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you again, Commander. Great to be part of the story. My name is George Mitchie. I'm the energy manager here. A little background on me. I did my undergrad in mechanical engineering in Wichita State, Wichita, Kansas. That's my hometown. And my master's in mechanical in the University of Washington, Seattle, and my doctorate in me here at UMass Lowell in collaboration with Texas A&M with a focus on sustainable energy. So energy, I've been in and out of energy all my life, and I gotta be honest with you, I actually love it. But I have to confess, I've only recently been engaged, been made aware of wood biomass, and I have to be honest with you, I'm becoming a huge fan. Surely seems like it makes from our initial discovery digging into this makes a lot of sense for Boston, certainly. But so great to have folks here to help us get smarter on that. As we our key interest here at New Boston probably is threefold. Number one, resiliency. We'd love to have a backup power source. We're on the street now. You see on Fort Michigan. It'd be great to have a second power source. And wood energy could provide that to us. We're always on the lookout for cost savings, and maybe not near past, but perhaps near future, given what's happening. We're watching the cost of gas, natural gas, more than double just in the last 2 weeks, which just really hammers us. In fact, our power buy, I can say this. Last 4 years was around 10 cents, probably average a kilowatt hour. We're looking for the next quarter being at least 13 cents. That jump happened just on account of bumping gas. So we're interested in the cost savings, and lastly, the Space Force, Air Force has renewable energy targets, always have, probably always will. And as New Hampshire regards wood biomass energy as renewable, that could help us meet some of those targets. We're very, very interested to get smarter into this. Also, we're encouraged by what we understand the EPA's recent policy posture on wood biomass as being potentially carbon neutral, which we threw that term out there very early and calling around and got that's a very deep topic. And so, that's why we reached out to this vibrant community of interest to get smarter quicker. And again, thank you, panelists and moderators, for coming and helping us do that. It's huge. Okay, so we would like for this forum to be conversational as well as informative, so please join in. We have developed a set of example questions and topics for each panel. for the moderator and the panel to be aware of to facilitate the dialogue. It's led by the moderators. But we also hope that the audience will feel free to ask questions and give their perspectives too. So this is a learning experience for all. It's hopefully collaborative. Right. So just as a format, I will introduce the panels, the 4 individual panels, and read the bio for the moderator, and then hand it on to that panel the moderator. That's kind of what we're aiming for. So let's dig in. So Charlie, will you, sir, and your panelists please come and start our education today? If they come, I want to especially acknowledge Charlie for his invaluable help organizing this event. When we just every call I made initially starting this thing, we'll all ask, well, you talked to Charlie Needling again. So very soon we learned we need to talk to Charlie. So Charlie, thank you so much for that help.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Who's ever on the first panel, Jason? Charlie Needling is a forester and partner with New Hampshire-based firm Natural Resource Solutions. Charlie has worked in the private and nonprofit sector. Most recently, he was general manager of New England Wood Pellet, a company with wood pellet manufacturing facilities in New Hampshire and New York. He previously worked at Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forests and was executive director for a trade association. Mr. Needling is a thermal wood energy expert and has worked on related policy endeavors at the state and federal level. He was a founder and board president of Biomass Thermal Energy Council, a national trade group. Charlie.
Can I hold on to
No,
that?
this is your.
Oh, okay.
Those are mine.
All right, open the conversation.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy National Bioenergy Day. I'm very pleased and honored to be asked to participate in the session here. When George first called me, he said, well, we really want to learn about whether wood can be used as an energy resource for our facility. And I think it's kind of quickly morphed into a referendum of sorts or a symposium on the role of wood energy in New Hampshire's energy future. I think the reason so many people agreed to be here today is because you've struck a nerve and recognized the need at a time when the use of wood as an energy resource is evolving and in transition in the state. And I'm just very fortunate to live in a state that recognizes and understands that there is a role for wood in producing energy in the state in the future. Just a couple of quick comments and then we'll introduce our panelists. We'll jump right in here. You know, we've been using wood in this state to make energy for thousands of years. I think today, something like 15% of households use wood as a primary or secondary heating resource. So it's still very prominent in our energy mix. Of course, it's had a very tortuous history in recent years, primarily because of the attention and focus on utility scale electric generation. At its peak, with I think 9 utility scale plants, 5-6 years ago, we were consuming 2.9 million tons of wood biomass a year to make electricity in this state. Today, that number is somewhere around 1 million tons. So in a very short period of time, it's dropped dramatically. And if you include Maine, we've seen consumption of wood to make electricity in this region decline from a high of 7 million tons a year to about 2 million tons a year. So there has been a very significant shift. And our panelists and others today will speak about why that is. But that's creates opportunity where there is challenge in loss of market and shifting policy and how we use wood to make energy. There is also opportunity. During the last 10 to 15 years, We've seen almost 200 commercial, institutional, and smaller scale industrial uses of wood come online in the state. A number of people in the room have figured very prominently in that. Mark Froling, Steve Walker. So there's opportunity there in a state that is as dependent on imported fossil heating fuels as New Hampshire is, number 2 state in the country in heating oil use, exporting over $1 billion a year in consumer wealth to import natural gas, propane, and oil to make heat in this state. There's opportunity. And I think that's especially true with what's happening with energy costs right now. Thanks again to the New Boston Station for hosting. Thank you very much for having us here. I've lived in New Hampshire my whole life, and this place has been sort of a blank spot on the map. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come and learn about it today. We've got some excellent panels here, and I want to take a moment and introduce them. The format for our 45 minutes this morning will be 3 to 5 minute comments from each of our panelists, followed by a few clarifying questions. That should leave plenty of time to open it up to discussion before the next panel. On my left, third person over, Jason Stock, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association for 20 years now, Jason. 21. And a battle-weary veteran of the spirited debate and dialogue in the state about the role of policy, economic development policy, energy policy in aiding and abetting, or not, as the case has been recently, the use of wood to make energy. Jason, thanks very much. Lin Tillotson, Vice President of Granite Shore Power, will speak next. Granite Shore, and Jim Andrews is here somewhere, who's the president, are the owners of Newington, Schiller, and Merrimack stations. Schiller, as many of you know, was a very significant wood-using power station of roughly 50 to 60 megawatts of capacity during its period of operation. Played a very prominent role in our energy mix. Lin has a long history of involvement in both utility and independent power perspective on these issues that she'll share with us. Clay Mitchell is a professor, lecturer in the School of Life Sciences and Agriculture at UNH. Teaches a litany of courses in energy and environment, an energy entrepreneur going back many, many years, still an entrepreneur of ideas and projects. Very appreciative to have Clay here as well. And finally, Bob Aden, who is president of Standard Power, energy procurement specialist located in Nashua, and I might add, a prominent and active supporter of clean energy New Hampshire, on whose board I serve. Thank you, Bob. So Jason, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Joe. And I do have a few slides. I don't know. Yeah, why don't I? Yeah, let's do that. Craning around here. Yep. So I wanted to, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. And as Charlie had mentioned, I've been in the trenches on biomass and wood energy issues for 21 years. One of the first issues I got when I first came onto the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, one of the first issues I got involved with was some power plant rate order buyouts. And so that was my introduction to this. I'll give you a quick update, kind of overview of who we are. Why do timberland owners even, why do they care about a utility, hot biomass, energy, heating facilities? Give you an update on us and our interest. And then I think I have 3 to 5 minutes, I was told. I'll behave, Charlie. So next slide, please. So founded in 1911, we were basically, a lot of the fire towers in particularly northern New Hampshire were built by our members. We were initially a firefighting organization. And landowners, larger landowners. At the time, many of the southern counties had like forestry chapters. And in the 60s, they kind of joined forces. In the 70s and 80s, we expanded our membership to include other aspects, next slide please, other aspects of the wood supply food chain. And so in the world of forestry or timber nonprofits, we're really unique. You go to other states, you'll have a landowner group, a logger group, sawmill group. Here, it's kind of one-stop shopping. We're all in it together, and it works. I think it's kind of some Yankee pragmatism, and we are able to find consensus on issues 99.9% of the time. There are only a few issues that we can't, and it's really helpful. And when we look at issues, and biomass being one of them, we look at it from the context of how does this affect a landowner, logger, forester, sawmills, etc. Next slide, please. So a little bit on that's TOA, a little bit on the state, second most forested state in the nation, behind Maine. 76% total coverage, 84 if you drop out the water. So in terms of land mass. Our industry, this is a little dated, but at one of the last counts, our industry is around 1.4 billion total economic activity. One of my jobs in talking to policymakers is convincing folks that we are a significant part of the state's economy. And one of the challenges is that our economic activity happens outside in the woods. And you don't see a large factory along the Ammonoosuc or along the river along Interstate 93. A lot of jobs associated with it, and a lot of secondary jobs that as well. So you have folks working directly in the woods, in the mills, but you also have a lot of suppliers in secondary jobs. And of course, the other piece of it is recreation. One of the states, probably I would say arguably one of the single largest economic sectors of the state is that recreation. People don't come to New Hampshire typically to see Broadway style shows. They typically come to New Hampshire for recreation out in our woods, out in our forests. And of course, our forests, 76% of them are privately owned. And we have an awesome tradition here of keeping land open and allowing people to use it. And everything from, as we saw earlier, snowmobiling, mountain biking, hiking, hunting, etc. All these trees are beautiful to look at, but one of the downsides of our forest, and I think it's a function of just the types of trees we grow, northern hardwoods, you get a lot of what's called low-grade timber. If you think of a tree in the forest, you have the trunk itself. If it's a nice, tall, straight tree, that's where you'll get your lumber. You see a lot of great examples of that around this room. But once you get up that tree, you start having branches, things, much smaller elements that can't produce this lumber, and that's considered low-grade wood. You also have a lot of trees that, for whatever reason, may be injured, just malformed, maybe the trunk isn't straight. That's low-grade timber. And so when you, as a landowner, one of the, I guess the easiest way to think about it is you're collecting solar energy. You want that solar energy to hit a canopy that's growing the tallest and straightest trees as possible, because that's where the value is in that saw log. And as a landowner or a land manager, you want to be able to weed out and remove that lower grade wood so that you can catch that solar energy. And really that's what's going to enable you to economically justify owning that land. Here's a table in our timber industry. And in 2015-16, this is from data collected by the state's Department of Revenue Administration. So this is timber tax data. So when you do New Hampshire, when you cut wood, you pay a timber tax. They tell you what, and as part of that reporting process, you indicate what species and what quality. And what you'll see here in this pie chart is just over a quarter of all the wood harvested is considered higher, what I would call higher grade. Softwood logs in the upper right, and then softwood, and then hardwood saw logs The rest of that is low grade. And as Charlie had mentioned, you'll see the biggest piece is biomass, which is the large sliver on the left. That we've seen a significant contraction due to some loss of some power plants. I won't go into the details here, but there was energy policy, and biomass is an area where you'll have natural resource and energy policy merge. And if you don't have a good ecosystem for that merge, one will can suffer at the expense of the other. So right now we have the energy policy did not support the continued operation of those facilities. As a result, we lost about 2 million tons of capacity.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Anyway, so the point is, that's affecting what happens in the woods. Next and last slide, Charlie. Why do landowners care? Again, I have a market for that twisted, crooked tree that adds value to my timberland. If I can economically justify cutting it and getting it into a market, it also provides cash flow. And the other part is, think of a sawmill, they take round logs, make square lumber. They have a lot of slabs that they'll chip. They need a place to go to it. Biomass has been a great market for them. And the last two pieces, economic activity for rural communities. I mentioned timber tax, but it's the donuts that get purchased by the logger on the way into the woods in the morning, et cetera. And then silvicultural options. Again, if you're a forest manager, if you have a market for all those various products and species, that gives you options when you enter a stand and you say, okay, we're going to manage this for wildlife. We're going to manage this for pure forest health issues. That gives you options. And so that's a little bit of who we are, kind of a overview of the forest industry and why we care about biomass. I did leave on your table, you have some information on us. You also have some additional information on, this is USDA Forest Service inventory of the state. And I'll point out on the right-hand side, you will see there are a series of 4 bars. Annually, we grow 310 million cubic feet. Between removals and natural mortality, the net change in New Hampshire today, or as of 2019, remains a positive 92 million cubic feet. So we continue to grow more wood than we harvest in New Hampshire. So the question of sustainability for us, when we look at sustainability, that's a pretty sustainable indicator that we see. I'll get calls occasionally, is there enough wood in the forest to support a plant? You don't have to look any further than this. And this was taken before we lost 1 million tons. So there, in addition to this, there's another 1 million tons that's not getting removed. So there's plenty of wood in the forest.
Great.
There you go,
Thank you,
Charlie.
Jason, and the next panel is going to dive quite a bit deeper on the subject matter to the point of the data that you just talked about. It's also significant to note that while growth over drain or growth over harvest is growing significantly, so also is mortality. We're seeing a very significant increase in forest tree mortality. These are trees that by and large are dying out in the woods, releasing all of the same CO2 that would be released upon their combustion, but without utilizing any of the energy content of the resource. Lynn, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lin Tillotson. I had the pleasure of meeting Jason, Charlie, some of you are associates 20 years ago, roughly, when we were looking at a coal plant and thinking about this new term, renewable, et cetera. So we informed ourselves with some people like Charlie and Jason about what that wood market looked like. And it did present an opportunity. And I went back to that 2001, 2003 timeframe. And I think what we've confirmed is all the reasons that you might want to build a biomass plant today hasn't changed. The opportunities are there. We wrote things like we were using a renewable fuel, emission reductions if you're comparing it to a coal plant. It promotes good forestry that Jason was talking about, the economic benefit. So we're a regulated utility in the state of New Hampshire and testing the question, do we want to go from a coal plant to a wood biomass plant? And we're seeing all the right answers to that opportunity and value. There was a new market coming on the horizon, renewable energy certificates that recognized that there was some value to this renewable, and maybe we could define it and put a dollar value to it. So back in that early 2000 timeframe, we had a case study, and I had George have to listen to my case study about this transition from coal to wood. And back then, we looked at a lot of the revenue streams. We were absolutely concerned about economics. And in the regulated utility arena, we knew that there would be things like a capacity market that pays you to be ready to produce energy. And there's a thing called an energy market that gives you money every time you produce a megawatt hour. And then we're going to have this new renewable energy certificate that we actually were very much on the forefront with support from a lot of agencies, talking to Massachusetts. I think they were one of the first where we were certified to say that, yes, our generation was going to be considered renewable. We've since participated in New Hampshire, and all of the 6 states have some kind of renewable portfolio standard. Back then, there was strength in all of those revenue streams. You had a stronger capacity market. You had a strong energy market. You had a strong beginning rec market that in fact did get stronger. So we're mid-2000s and we had plenty of wood. We were able to satisfy so much of our consumption with an agreement that New Hampshire TOA helped us with. We satisfied it. I think we found so much wood locally that that was a very easy path to stay forward. Now, fast forward, history says that there's some real opportunity there. So what's happening today? And I'm just going to kind of outline it because I think you'll get into the details as we go into the other panels. I look today and I contrast some of those revenue streams. Capacity market was strong. It is in fact today very low as it has been. So that dollar coming in the door all the time is much lower, and you would have to have other revenue streams take up some of that slack. The energy market is particularly interesting today. It's very much lower. If we had megawatt hours in the wholesale market being $50, $60, today with all the renewables and just such a very different dynamic, those numbers can be $15, $20, $25. Interestingly, energy markets are seasonal. So yes, there will be periods of time when that energy price upticks, and you might say, great, that biomass plant is ready to do something and produce economic power. But when that's only a few months of the year, as you're going to understand, having that ebb and flow, trying to work within a wood market, et cetera, becomes a challenge that's not sustainable. Biomass plants, by definition, have an awful lot of high O&M. So to have a revenue from energy that is a very small portion of that annual year, you pretty quickly see the economics in that revenue stream working against a biomass plant. Renewable energy certificates was that new revenue stream. Those vary a lot, sometimes not always with predictability. States will tweak their renewable portfolio standards. They'll sometimes change the rules. Supply and demand will impact it. So that number will move positively and negatively. At the same time, sort of the other big piece of this is your wood supply. And we find that oftentimes when the wood is more available, then you have more generation and your rec market will depress. And then if you've got a tight market, your rec price might come up, but your wood price will go up. So at many times as I sum these numbers of 4 or 5 revenue streams and big costs, I struggle to get enough to keep the economics in play. 20 years ago, there was enough money. Today, I think what we're finding is whether you're a 20 megawatt biomass plant or a 50 megawatt biomass plant, those revenue streams today are a puzzle that's not fitting well for a lot of policy reasons, et cetera. So interesting to look at history to say there's an awful lot of value and opportunity. A snapshot in today really explains those challenges.
Any clarifying questions for Lynn? or Jason.
I have a question. So what policy changes would you want to see to make it economically viable again?
Levelize the cost.
So there were 4 areas that I sort of spoke to that were the big chunks of money. Your energy market and your capacity markets are over in the ISO New England arena. And that's an area that's changing quite a bit. And that will continue to change. So I'm going to switch over to sort of the renewable portfolio standard and the wood cost. All have opportunity, but for this group here, when we're thinking about the state of New Hampshire, the report, RPS is a local program. The state has an RPS. So there'd be some opportunity to look to that market. And is there a way to strengthen that? Because renewable portfolio standards go through your energy pricing, and we're so sensitive to that. The question becomes, is there another revenue stream that we could look at to support what becomes the struggle between your fuel cost that will fluctuate and that revenue stream that I don't call it a subsidy because I feel like that has such a negative connotation. But at the end of the day, you need revenue streams to make these economically viable. So I think the state looking at where they can support an industry that starts in our woods that can produce good local power. If it isn't a rec, what is that revenue stream? What is that dollar value?
Yeah, 'cause I'm wondering what percentage of the portfolio of renewables the state claims that it's actually generated. I know. And so, I mean, it seems to me it should be incentivized that, some way through policy that we capture more credit for self-generating in the state as, the state level policy.
There's a whole panel discussion on that, right? Suite of questions. Jim, one more and then we'll keep moving.
Kind of add to what the generator needs, right? Like when you're in a wholesale market, there's volatility and elasticity in kind of the biomass arena that some may say is renewable or carbon neutral, others say it's not. Right? There's not sort of support for that generation source and the benefits you get in forest management that other renewables do. So when you have sort of a place where this unit can't kind of be economic 365 days a year, it very quickly goes to it's in a suspended operating state because it just can't survive, right? So you need surety of those revenue streams that you would get from, is it policy and support? Some want to call it, subsidy. Others, is it a PPA, real support in that area in terms of supporting that energy generation? That's what generators need, and that's why you see kind of non-generating facilities in the state of New Hampshire, in kind of the economics and operational state that they're in, right? There's that lack. So until there's some difference.
David, if you don't mind, I'm going to keep moving. Lots of opportunity to explore some of these complex power market and policy dynamics. Let's turn to Clay now. And it's a little more broader perspective on how this all fits in the coming clean energy transition.
Thanks, Charlie. I am person B. Person A couldn't be here today. She was invited. She was from the ISO New England, and I just want to tell an anecdote. I like the anecdotes. And when she first told us, she said Space Force New Boston, and I thought, this is really cool. A self-storage facility wants to go biomass. And then I got your first email. I was like, oh God, how embarrassing. So thanks for letting me be here. So I'm going to try and give you kind of the policy view without attaching it to a specific location. A couple of things. The first one, when I work with my students, I try to keep things very simple. They like that. And there's a concept that we use called the energy trilemma. And you've already heard it mentioned a couple of times. indirectly. And that is when we look at our energy system, we look at three issues. The first one, in no specific order, is environmental concerns, impacts related to our decisions. The second issue is economics or affordability. And the third is resilience or security. And when we enact environmental policy, we're trying to balance that triangle in some way, shape, or form. And George mentioned all three of those points when he talked about what they were doing and why you're looking at biomass now. And so when a policymaker or a policy decision is made, there's usually some tilting of that triangle. And what we're dealing with today in the transition, which is what everybody calls it, is essentially a two-step process. The transition for most of us in the academic world is required. The climate science, there's no longer a debate. There's no longer a wait. It's here. It's happening. It's impacting us. It's happening faster than anybody has said. And so the issue is, why are we emitting so many greenhouse gas into the atmosphere? And this is the challenge for biomass, understanding that this is a closed carbon loop and that this fuel is has a valid role in that transition. But the transition is also simple. It's two steps: electrify as many things as possible and then clean up the grid. And that's the overall transition that's trying to take place at a much larger level. And that's also where entities like the ISO New England play, so to speak. We decided that competitive energy markets are the way to go. And we're not going to have vertically integrated utilities that own the generation, the transmission, and the distribution assets. And so that set the groundwork for some of the challenges that we're seeing in the energy market. And then at the same time, we're trying to achieve a cleaner grid, which is forcing us to put intermittent renewable energy systems onto the grid, like solar and wind, which require either backup sources, and for a while that was going to be natural gas, or biomass, which can run like a more baseload type of power system. So these types of things are really a big challenge, and you can see where that triangle kind of waves around as we make a decision. Once you get down to more of the micro level, which is also an area that I'd love to study and do research in, the decision about a biomass plant at a local level almost always makes sense. And if you're able to move beyond just biomass as the fuel and start to look at the energy outputs, you can start to develop combined heat and power systems where you're leveraging biomass not only for its thermal energy, but also for the electrical side. That provides both backup as well as your thermal in one fuel source. If you have a big giant pile of wood outside, there's your battery system, right? And so that trilemma gets solved with that type of implementation. So there's a lot of discussion going on above and beyond all jurisdictions in trying to deal with the impacts of climate change and mitigating and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We have a regional issue with the ISO New England and wholesale markets and capacity markets. They are technology agnostic. They operate under the auspices of FERC. They will respond to any state policy. And then you get down to the state, and where the states regulate the utilities, that's where we get renewable portfolio standards. And it's also where we get policy instability. And that has been something that I've been talking about in this state since I got into energy, which is 2007. And the biggest challenge to sound energy policy in the state of New Hampshire is the state of New Hampshire. Because we go whiplash back and forth between this and that and other things. And strong, consistent leadership is the number one thing this state needs going forward.
Excellent point. Right. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. Troy, go ahead.
Clay, could you just give us 1 second? What is ISO?
Oh, the ISO New England is the acronym is Independent System Operator. And so when the states of New England came together, a nonprofit, non-governmental entity was set up for three goals. One is to oversee the bulk, it oversees the bulk power system, and they do that through three things. One, maintain the markets. So you have the wholesale market, day-ahead market, real-time market, forward capacity markets, ancillary service markets, which is like voltage and frequency modulation. They plan ahead into the future. So every year they release a 10-year report about where we look. They focus on the peak as well as the annual energy loads. And then their third is overseeing the transmission network to ensure that independent power producers can get their power fairly and openly onto the transmission network so they can deliver that power to a load serving entity whether it's a private entity or one of the public utilities.
That was the best description of ISO New England I've ever heard.
Yeah, it turns out I know somebody that works there.
It's a fantastic segue to Bob.
Oh, I
whose-
hope.
Whose company helps consumers of energy navigate the trilemma and figure out how to optimize the benefits while keeping the costs affordable to them. Go.
Thanks, Charlie. So I've probably been in the energy industry here in New Hampshire the least amount of time. I've been in the business for 9 years. So I've seen a lot of these dilemmas occur over and over again. And I've participated from the beginning in the political process. So the dilemmas do occur over and over and again. But what I learned early on was that it was important to make these renewable energy options available. Not only did I learn it, I lived it. When I moved to New Hampshire in my 20s, I bought a piece of property near here and built an earth-burned house. About 15, 20 years later, I put solar on it. Works great, you know, we garden, we compost, we live the lifestyle that's wonderful here in New Hampshire. And helping that lifestyle and psychology continue into the future is critically important to me personally. So therefore, I've worked in helping renewables here in New Hampshire to proliferate or to at least continue to exist. So Standard Power currently aggregates and administers 25 local hydro plants, which all participate in a program called Group Net Metering. We provide benefits from that program primarily to schools and towns, helping reduce the net cost to taxpayers in their communities. In addition, we worked in the solar arena early on. We thought we might be a developer, but we realized that we were just a consultant and we couldn't deliver products in that arena at a low enough cost. So we often look at the ability to do solar and the financial statement that's been discussed here for biomass, but is really true of all the renewable energies. And then wind is really up north. Doing wind on a local scale is very difficult to really achieve, but it's probably has technology that'll become available. So on small scale things, and when we talk about scale, I asked that first question about scale here because it sets the tone for the conversation. But Standard Power has clients that are bigger than this base, and we have many clients that are smaller. So one of the things we always look at is what the renewable goals are of any entity. And now we're finding that there's another goal, and that's resilience. And that resilience goal is important too in this conversation because it's the ability to recover from a grid outage. Might also include the definition of how long you can recover in that grid emergency. So we're starting to look at that more and more. But clearly there's a dilemma there in the legislative or the frameworks of the way we do things here in New Hampshire that really don't help monetize any of the values associated with resilience. And really in many ways to the value stack of renewables. So it is difficult. Now let's go specifically to the biomass industry. I've heated my house for 40 years with wood that I cut and split, but that means I'm emitting CO2. I'm definitely emitting CO2 from my heating system. But I plant trees and I believe that that cycle really does have a carbon neutral event. But there's a lot of commentary and a lot of argument as to whether that thesis is true or not. You know, the when and where of how the carbon is recaptured always becomes into question. People always want to do various studies on the reality of those statements. I believe that by doing that cycle on a micro level, that I am carbon neutral. But carbon neutrality in general is a big question and a big concern, particularly in the biomass industry. And so I think that's sometimes where the biomass industry can get a little bit of pushback from various industries and various academic locations. So those things do happen. We see it occasionally politically when we're fighting these battles for further renewables. So if we look at that, we're trying to look at a mechanism by way where we can use massive amounts of biomass while not having any carbon emissions. So it's kind of a balancing act of having a process that will burn flue gases instead of the actual wood to not release carbon while leaving the carbon behind as a saleable product. So that means there's the ability to add another piece to the value stack that we've talked about with the New England ISO, with the actual cost of electricity, the capacity, and the RECs. Now, if you have a byproduct of that generation that truly is another product, now you have something to start that value stack on. So we feel that that's a possibility, and we're looking for locations to do that. So just another scale thing, right? Scale. So if we have a megawatt of solar, which takes 5 acres, that makes 1.2 million kilowatt hours per year. If we have an old hydro station that we recover and re-energize and bring back up to modern technology, make it so you can run it on your phone, that same 1 megawatt hydro station might make 4.5 million kilowatt hours. So 1 megawatt there. But if you continue to go up the ladder of efficiency, if you have a biomass facility that runs all the time, it's likely to make over 8 million kilowatt hours a year for that same 1 megawatt generator. So it really is the renewable source that produces the highest amount of electricity per given installation, per given megawatt of load. So with that in mind, it really isn't the best thing to be the peaker. It should be base load. It should be running all the time. It should be delivering power all the time. Now, sure enough, if we do that in an individual situation, say we care about resilience, we want to take that power and make some location here, for instance, totally resilient. Well, we may make power all day long and all night long, so we may need to take some of that power at night, shift it to the daytime by maybe changing the form of the energy. We could stick it in a battery, maybe we turn it into hydrogen, maybe we do a few other things to take that nighttime power and do something with it. Or maybe we have an installation that runs 24/7 and uses all that power all the time in a resilient situation, or a microgrid. So in the microgrid situation, we kind of have the opportunity to dodge a lot of the political problems associated with having these value stacks on power. And I think that might be the kind of solution that maybe this entity is looking for, but is right for many entities across all of not only New Hampshire, but New England. So that's kind of a summation of how I see the market on a micro level locally, how it affects me personally and all of us here in New Hampshire. One last point, if we are a long-term resident of New Hampshire, you like to think of things from a New Hampshire perspective. But the reality is we're part of the New England ISO, and we always need to look at energy issues from the perspective of the New England ISO. And if we go bigger than 5 megawatts of generation, we need to think of it from FERC jurisdiction too. So those are some of the pressures we look at. Open for questions either in this session or another session later.
We're running
How many minutes?
a little bit behind, but we've got
How
time
many
for
minutes?
questions here.
Oh.
Any questions?
That's good.
Real quick, transfer power, if the money changed, if you restart the shower with wood, is it physically and labor will be possible?
I think to answer that, is it okay if I speak on that a bit?
As long as the answer isn't something different than yes.
No. The answer is definitely yes. It's definitely yes. And we can do that instantaneously in this moment for just for an example, right? So natural gas used to make electricity at 2 cents a kilowatt hour. It was the cheapest stuff out there, right? Well, the energy market has gone crazy internationally, and natural gas has gone from $1.70 a decatherm to $6 a decatherm in the last couple of months. It's been crazy. So that means that instead of costing 2 cents a kilowatt hour to make energy with natural gas, it costs over 6. And it represents somewhere between 50 and 70% of our usage in the New England ISO, depending on what hour it is. So yes, the answer is yes, yes, yes.
Well said.
Thanks.
Other questions for our panelists? Just a comment. You know this one, explain to everybody. It seems like New England ISO New England would be keen for wood. Resilient, native. I mean, can they, is it just so politically walled off, being involved in their own destiny that just cannot engage?
Yeah, that the ISO can't really, they can look at the attribute and they have a market for the attribute of reliability, but they can't go out and say, build a plant of this kind or don't use that kind. It's about whether the plant can come on, it's dispatchable and its characteristics. And until FERC gives them the authority to do something like that, they really can't. Like we get calls in my house, they yell at us, they yell at my significant other because, you know, the Bow Power Plant is still getting forward capacity payments. It's like, you know, you can't yell at somebody who works at the ISO. They, you know, it's getting ridiculous.
Another point about that is that the ISO New England region includes Connecticut, Massachusetts, and to some extent Rhode Island, 3 states that have decidedly intentionally moved away from recognizing wood as renewable in any practical sense. And that trend is continuing now in states like Massachusetts adopt very aggressive greenhouse gas emission reduction objectives and are moving wholesale in the direction of electrifying everything, and are getting tremendous pressure from advocates who do not support using biomass to make energy to eliminate any recognition or support for biomass. So that's why I said when I made a few introductory remarks, I'm very grateful to live in a state that understands there is a role, and I think Bob recognized and articulated the scale question. It's all a question of scale and application. Unless there are any other questions, let's proceed to our next thing. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, amazing. Listen to that all day long. Thank you, Pam. Okay. Jeff over this, as far as our impacts and what we're doing every day. Department of Defense is the single largest consumer of energy on the planet. Within the DoD, the single largest agency is the Air Force Space Force. So in a sense, we are the tip of the spear when it comes to energy consumption on the planet. And so even though we're kind of maybe a small consumer here at Boston, we intend for this to get outreach or, you know, of course. So this could have, it's what the panelists know, but what we're saying today, what we're learning today is going to go far beyond. So, but thank you, panel. That's great. Our second panel will represent the interests and viewpoints of preserving and managing woodlands, as well as their optimal use and role in the wider context of addressing climate change. For example, carbon debt canopy sequestration using wood as fuel. We started to get into that in this first panel, but this next panel really do a deeper dive. We'd also like some insight on the ongoing research regarding this topic for New Hampshire and wider New England forest applications, as well as the associated analyses and modeling associated with that, and some of the roadblocks or roadmaps, maybe is a better way to say that, you need to occur for that modeling. Clay, you're probably getting into a lot of that UNH. How do we quantify what canopy is doing for sequestration? How do we tackle that? So, we're fortunate to have one of our very own, Boston, moderate this panel. Panel, you could go ahead and come forward. You have Patrick, maybe Sean, and I believe, do we not have Lou McCurry? He's on the cup. He's up. Who's joining us from the USDA. Okay. Okay. Jeff Oja is the CE installation manager here working at New Boston Space Force Station. He received his bachelor's degree in environmental science from Key State College in Hampshire. He started his career at New Boston Air Force Station as a summer intern in 2000. And has worked his way to a permanent position as the environment in the environmental office. During his tenure at New Boston Air Force Station, before it was Space Force, he has managed a variety of environmental programs, including air quality, water quality, hazardous waste management, unexploded ordnance or UXO, which is still an ongoing issue here, that restoration, and Jeff now oversees the CEI team. Jeff, his awards include the 23 SOM Supervisor of the second quarter of 2021, first quarter of 2020, and fourth quarter of 2019, so a very valuable asset. Jeff is also the recipient of a 2008 New Hampshire Land Surveyors Association Land Ethics for Tomorrow Award. With that, the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Sure. I'm blushing from that, so. How are we doing on time?
Just
We're good, okay. So, why don't you guys have a seat? I'll introduce you, give a quick rundown on you, and then have you give a little information on yourselves. Do we have? He's unmuted. Okay, we just can't see him. Okay, that's fine. So again, thank you, George. So basically, this panel will focus on preserving and managing the woodlands. Joining us via Zoom is Lou McCreary, USDA Forest Service. Lou, are you out there? Do you want to give us a brief rundown?
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Barely. Try again, Lou.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Okay, great.
You want to tell us a little about yourself, Lou?
Oh, okay. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lou McCreary. I am the Eastern Region Wood Innovations Coordinator for the Forest Service and also the team leader for our Wood Energy Technical Assistance Team that works across the country to help facility managers, facility owners look at the use of wood energy at their facility for either thermal applications or for combined heat and power applications. Been with the Forest Service for about 40 years now and worked in a variety of different roles. And spent about 5 years in New Hampshire working at our offices that were in Portsmouth, and then moved to the campus, UNH campus in Durham. Been involved in wood energy applications since about 1985 and have worked with a number of projects in New Hampshire through our Wood Energy Technical Assistance Team to help convert a number of facilities, especially county-owned facilities in Rockingham County, and several other county-owned facilities convert to wood energy. And we've done some projects as small as 4,000 square feet up to over 1 million square feet of conditioned space at several large hospitals within our region, which stretches from Minnesota to Missouri, Maryland to Maine. Thanks for having me here today, Jeff.
Absolutely, thank you. Next on the panel is Mr. Patrick Hackley, New Hampshire State Forester. Patrick, would you say a few words, please?
Sure. Again, as I've just been introduced, Patrick Hackley, I'm the Director and State Forester for the New Hampshire Division of Forest and Lands. It's a pleasure to be here. I can give my brief intro to the agency that I work for. So we are basically we speak for the trees here in New Hampshire and the forest products industry that is represented across the state. We protect and promote the value of trees, the values provided by trees, forest land, and natural communities. We accomplish our mission through the responsible management of the state's forest resources. We provide forest resource information and education to the public through the this is through partnering with our friends like Cooperative Extension, which is also a research, education, and public outreach partner of our division. So we have a formal MOU with Andy Fast here, who represents UNH Cooperative Extension. We also have 5 bureaus under our division: forest management, land management, forest protection, planning and community forestry, Natural Heritage Bureau, forest health, and as I mentioned, cooperative forestry, cooperative extension. So it's a big mission. We have about 55 staff people, and we rely on partnerships and memorandums of understanding to accomplish our mission. So I'll get into a little bit more about how we address such statewide issues as low-grade wood markets, carbon sequestration, et cetera, both on state lands, as well as helping our significant private forest landowner base manage their lands as best they can. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the panel, we have Andrew Fast, Associate State Specialist, UNH Cooperative Extension. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm the forest industry specialist with UNH Cooperative Extension. Cooperative extensions that outreach arm of the University of New Hampshire. We provide research-based information to help people make informed decisions. So my goal really is to provide this research, unbiased information, so decisions can be made. Sort of implicit in being forest industry specialist is I'm supposed to be unbiased, right? But kind of baked into that is I'm helping the industry, but the information I'm providing, should be, candid, honest, and straightforward. I just also want to mention I worked as a county forester for 10 years with cooperative extension as well. So we're going to talk a bit about land management, and there's a lot of qualified people here to talk about that. But from my perspective, I worked well over 1,000 landowners in the state about their goals and objectives, how to manage their land, giving them information so they can meet their objectives. And so when we're talking about some of that management and landowner goals, it's not just coming from me or from publications, it's coming from the people of New Hampshire that own the land.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, coming right from New Boston Space Force Station, Mr. Sean Drake, been here for over 20 years, forestry technician, forester, currently our geo-based manager, a UNH Thompson School grad.
Yep. Again, thank you very much, Jeff. Again, my name is Sean Drake, currently our geo-based guy here on station. So I am also the B guy, if you will. We do have a natural resources planner that I believe couldn't be here today. I think he's managing a prescribed fire with the state of New Hampshire for carnival butterflies in Concord today. So, so I'll do my best. But I did graduate the Thompson School, most of you probably are aware of, back in 1998, and that's when I started my career here on the natural resources team on the installation. So started managing timber sales here for the installation then, and have been involved with the program pretty much ever since. So my knowledge and experience really does come from local work here on the base.
And similar to Patrick, Sean also speaks for the trees.
Yeah.
And sometimes to the trees. I think. So let me kick this off just by opening it up with, as George mentioned, this panel is looking to preserve and manage the woodlands. So one of the first items we have is, what is a managed forest? So since you're all here on our beautiful 3,000 acre piece of land, I'd like to direct one question right off the top to Sean, as far as how do we manage our land in microcosm here at 23 subs, New Boston Space Force Station? Then we can open up to the panel.
Sure. Management here on installation is I would guess fairly unique, because we're more of a landowner specific type of situation here on the installation. We start like our management directives start as a 5-year plan that we call our INRMP. It's our Integrated Natural Resources Management Plan. And in that, we spell out how we deal with all types of different, I hate to say issues, but the factors that we deal with, anywhere from NEPA to cultural resources to our management activities and plans. And those morph and change as we go through the world. As an example, in 2016 here on installation, we found hemlock woolly adelgid. So that really kind of directed our forestry operations here as far as how we were going to look at what we're doing for the next 5 years span of time. We don't cut timber here every single year. Historically, we use it more of a timber harvest here on station is a tool in our toolbox as far as our management activities. So to go back to the original question, like that's as an example. So we're working for hemlock woolly adelgid right now. So our management plan that we came up with there has several different things that we're going to do. We have tried a little bit of pesticide usage, which on a larger scales, and for us that means like a 6-acre piece and a 10-acre piece. So smaller cosms, but dealing with the loss of hemlock trees here on station, which make up about 20 to 25% of our forest, was a big deal for us. So harvesting some of that timber was part of our plan, but not all of it. So we were also worked with the U.S. Forest Service and released beetles, I think 3 or 4 times here on station now for that pest. So timber harvest here and what is our local recipe, if you will, for what dictates what we're going to do really comes from our needs at that time. So it may be a new mission that we're going to help cut a little bit of a line of sight. We did that once, or to work with an invasive species like hemlock woolly adelgid that we're trying to treat for. But most of the time, it's more for wildlife management and other activities. Not so much for timber growth, because we don't get like direct funding or anything like that for creating wood. We're a different entity as that. We are a landowner, but we are charged with being the best stewards of the land while we are here to manage it as well. So yeah, it really, our prescriptions vary greatly here locally. So.
Okay, now Patrick, bigger picture, statewide.
Sure. Well, first of all, I think Sean killed it really well. So nice job. I think
20 plus years here.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, on a larger perspective, a managed forest, that's a pretty generalized term. There's good management and then there's not so good management. But from a state perspective, we are the stewards of public land of about 220,000 acres scattered across the state. Our largest one is a 40,000 acre forest called Nass Stream Forest. Some of you may be familiar with in the North Country. Right down to we have 12 and 20 acre state forests scattered throughout. But in general, we have our multiple tracts throughout the state. And our charge is to be a multiple use manager. So the citizens of New Hampshire want a little bit of everything from their forest. But as realistically, and this is a common saying by foresters, is that you can't have everything on every acre. There's a certain amount of triage that we have to do as public land managers to identify what are the resources available, what kind of uses is the public looking for, and we're a very transparent, open process. So on our large tracts like Pawtuckaway State Park, and just by the way, a clarification. When I say 220,000 acres, that includes parks, state forests. So those parcels of land that have a developed recreational infrastructure like Pawtuckaway, to some extent, Bear Brook, of course, is another large one. It's about 5,000 to 6,000 acres. We manage all of those acres. That is our charge. We work in very close partnership with our sister agency, Parks and Recreation. So it's not just recreation, of course, timber. We have a very robust timber program. It's led by a forest management bureau, one of the bureaus I mentioned earlier. And that staff spends a considerable amount of time making sure that they're fulfilling our mission by having a forest management plan. Good management is based on a plan and looking to the future. Forestry is a long-term proposition. Foresters are accustomed to looking 10, 20, 30 decades out in advance. That's how the resource grows, and that's how our mindset has to look at the resource. So management for us is, just to summarize, is multiple use. From a public perspective, it's based on input from our constituency, and it's based on, as Sean said, a similar stewardship ethic. Provide sustainability, multiple values, and keep listening to the public's concerns about our forests.
So, to stay on the theme and push on the spot.
Yeah.
Also grab Woodlands. So the EPA has released policies, y'all know, in 2018. That says EPA policy forthcoming regulatory actions will be to treat biogenic CO2 emissions resulting from the production of biomass from quote managed forests. Unquote. And stationary sources for energy production is carbon neutral. So, and we did ask the EPA to join us, and they said they're oversubscribed with support today. So, can you and Lou and Andy and Sean read into the EPA's mind on this policy and describe what they think, what you think they mean by managed forests?
Take a crack. Yeah, I'll take a crack at this, but I'm not going to answer it directly. I'll just sort of go broadly and then come back to it, because I think I just wanted to build on what the previous speakers have said. So when we're talking about, so you can cut trees or you can manage forests, and I think usually there's a lot of tree cutting going on, but I think usually when we talk about managing a forest, that's a certain process most of us think about. And that could be a formal process of coming up with a forest management plan, or it could be an informal process that someone goes through themselves. Usually we're talking about this formal process of a forest management plan. And that process is understanding goals and objectives, and that's different for everybody, right? So we heard about the base here. As a landowner, my goal and objective could be, I have a big, beautiful tree out on my property. I want to keep that tree there because my grandfather planted it, and I want to see that thing, do well as the other trees he planted. Or it could be wildlife associated goals. It could be carbon sequestration and storage. It could be recreation, whatever it is. But people have different goals based on their own, ownership. So identifying those goals, then understanding what the resource base is, right? So a property where you own all wetlands, that's a different resource, and that has different sorts of requirements and different attributes associated with it than just your vanilla, upland, pine, oak, woodland, right? So understanding this resource base as it relates to timber, wildlife, and all the different attributes that you care about. And then there's a third piece, you have these goals and objectives, you understand the resource base. So what are the action items you can do? Understanding the resource that will help you meet those goals and objectives, right? So if you have goals and objectives, but the resource base doesn't support it, you can't really come up with a good plan to meet those goals. So I think generally when we're talking, about managed forests, I'm assuming it has to do with the management. It could be a formal management plan, but really that process of deliberate management. And the same activity, what's really important that everyone should take home, from this, I think is a really important message, is the same activity could be good management or bad management, depending on what those goals and objectives are. So it's process. Good forestry in the state, we say basically good forestry is process oriented. It's not prescriptive. It's not nobody should clear cut. Everyone should clear cut. It's not that. It's not saying there's a certain activity or tool everyone should use. It's saying you should use the right tool to most effectively meet the goals and objectives, which could be different depending on what the objectives are.
So presumably then the EPA's goal would be carbon sequestration. They want to regard as carbon neutral.
So I'm not sure exactly what that means. I think, but my understanding, or I'd interpret that to be that as long as you have a forest management plan, if you're doing that deliberate process, taking that deliberate steps to understand the resource base and follow your management plan, which can also be active and adaptive,
So once the plan's developed, things can happen where you can change a little bit, but if you're following that plan, it's a managed forest. And, you're basically, doing good forestry.
Just Lou Curry, USDA portion. Lou, I don't know if you heard the question, but it's basically the EPA's guidance is that if it's coming from a managed forest, wood biomass and used in a stationary source, they're willing to regard it as carbon neutral. Do you have any clarity from the USDA Forestry Service what that means, managed forest?
No, but I think that's that is a major positive step in the right direction for EPA to say, put out that kind of guidance. I think across our region and across the nation, the Forest Service, in collaboration with state forestry agencies and state foresters like Patrick, we've been encouraging the development of state management plans so that right now every state has a forest management plan that recognizes key management strategies. And one of the biggest focuses, I think, across our region and across the country is trying to maintain working forest land so that there's a suite of benefits produced that include clean air, clean water, carbon sequestration, as well as a variety of forest products that benefit both communities and landowners across the country. And as was mentioned earlier, New Hampshire, as well as all the states in New England and all our states in our region, grow significantly more timber on an annual basis than is being harvested. So the sustainability of that management is really illustrated through those kinds of forest inventory numbers that we see on an annual basis. And as was mentioned earlier, in order to continue to maintain that forest management, we need a variety of markets, not just for the best material, but for some of that low value, low quality material. And energy is one of those markets that can provide economic benefits as well as climate benefits as we replace fossil fuels with the use of wood and that biogenic energy source.
Thank you, Luke. This might be the panel group. Sir.
So as you're going to look at if the base decided to go to biomass, would there be possible or feasible if we're going some or all the stock just here on the base?
People probably different question last minute. So we're kind of unique. You've heard Jeff and Andrew talk about a unique station here. So we're maybe not the best, but we have been able to analyze on a high level what food would look like if we didn't have it. So how much of the base could actually be devoted to this process? Has a lot more complexity to it than what we're talking about trying to work here. But I do have a question, Paul. It's just kind of trying to find something Jason's thoughts. And Sean, given our forests here in Boston, our 20 acres, and what Jason, I believe, I don't put words about Jason, but you said there are better than other canopies at taking carbon. That just makes sense, right? talked about the access to sunlight, and the lower growth. Talked about this. So the question is, do you think our canopy here in Boston is optimal for carbon uptake to try to get into this notch of managed forest that the EPA is probably thinking about? Or how could we change it to be more optimal?
Was that here direct?
To you guys.
Would it help to start talking about what we have for a canopy to begin with, figure on this way?
Yeah, I guess. Do you mean you're trying to convert from like
No,
one
I'm
species to
thinking back to
another?
what Jason said earlier in panel one, there are better than other canopies that take.
Yes, so I guess I'll start and then correct me if anyone wants to chime in. So I think that oftentimes we get very myopic when we're talking about carbon and forest management, and we can start thinking about individual trees, individual equations, where just personally, I think sometimes, a lot depends on assumptions when you start getting into that sort of thing. And so stepping back and sort of looking big picture, and it's a dynamic environment. You walk through the woods, it's really dynamic. You have all these different attributes. Every acre is different than every other acre. So I think stepping back and sort of thinking in terms of forest health, resilience, multiple use management, meeting all of our goals, some of the things you talked about earlier could be really helpful. So, when I hear that question, I think, oh, is there a way of managing the forest? Where I think what Jason was talking about is, some of our trees have smaller canopies, so they have less energy, they're less resilient. That energy, just like people, right? They're having fewer Twinkies, so they're not growing as much. They can't respond as much.
Or donuts.
Yeah, or donuts. Where if we can help those trees that have, really big canopies get bigger canopies, more leaf area, grow faster, then not on every single case, but usually those are the trees that are more resilient because they have extra energy to respond. It's like a malnourished person. If they get sick, they're going to have a harder time responding than someone that has all their nutritional needs. Again, not perfect, but so I think this idea of management's important, deliberate management that promotes higher quality, healthier trees helps everybody. It helps, not in every case. Generally, I think that's what a lot of foresters try to promote and think that could help with carbon. It could help with aesthetics because we all like looking at nice, big, beautiful trees. It can help from economic return standpoint because if you harvest some of those trees, those are the valuable trees. And so tying it back into the markets why this is so important is, I think you talk to folks now, the way we get those big, healthy trees are cutting and removing and having markets for the smaller, weaker trees. So removing those trees to let the bigger ones grow. If there's a huge cost, so right now, I don't want to talk specifics, but just let's pretend, if you clear cut an acre based on average volumes per acre, 100 tons, if a logger clear cut all that and biomassed all of it, they may be losing $1,000 an acre. So they're going to cut those big healthy trees for $500, $1,000, they're losing money. So instead of cutting the weaker trees to help the bigger ones get bigger, make more resilient forests, they're going to go, gee, I'd like to cut the small ones, but I'm not going to spend all week losing money. It's not a good business model. So I'm going to have to cut some of the better, healthier trees, leave the junky ones behind that can't sequester as much carbon, that are weaker, make the forest in aggregate less resilient in order to make, profits and be profitable at the end of the week. So kind of long-winded, but I think, the idea is instead of looking at specific canopies, specific trees, big picture, making healthier, more resilient forests, looking holistically is something that benefits everybody, and hopefully the EPA is supporting as well.
You raised an interesting point. It's couched in how it affects the loggers. Right.
And landowners.
And landowners, exactly.
I know we're on a very broad subject of carbon neutrality and managed forests, but if the group would indulge me, I brought a couple of excerpts from our New Hampshire Forest Action Plan, which was completed just about a year ago. And we delved into this. We delved into a lot of issues. Actually, Charlie Niebling is the chair of our Forest Advisory Board, who helped lead the effort with our staff to create this. This is a 10-year document. It's meant to look out. It's first and foremost meant to take a snapshot of the conditions of our state forests, both private and public, identify the issues, and then recommend strategies and goals to address those focus areas that are identified in the process. So it's online, it's on our website, New Hampshire Forest, Division of Forest and Lands .org. I don't have that correct, but you can find it easily. It's about a 250-page document. It's very informative. And I'd just like to read an excerpt from that that's entitled Relationship of Forest Management and Forest Carbon. And it kind of segues into the whole biomass wood energy issue. So just bear with me for a little bit. It's a little bit redundant from what previous speakers have said, but I think it provides good context for what we're talking about this morning. Forest management influences the manner and degree to which forests store, sequester, and release carbon. Forests naturally release carbon through respirations and decomposition. Forest carbon can be reduced due to land conversion. Timber harvesting can reduce forest carbon storage, yet can also increase carbon sequestration rates in some stands. For landowners interested in enhancing carbon sequestration and climate adaptation, there are a wide range of management options available, such as avoiding conversion, managing forest structure, reducing management impacts on soil, and maintaining or enhancing existing carbon stocks. Here's a key takeaway. If you take away nothing else, it's a very basic observation. The single largest action a landowner can take to enhance carbon storage and sequestration is to maintain their forests as forests. If you take nothing else away from today, that would be one compelling statement. Forest management decisions and practices are typically designed to advance and balance multiple objectives, as Andy and we've all been saying this morning. Timber stand improvement, wildlife habitat management, economic return, and more, contributing to multiple societal benefits. Carbon neutrality is an important value that we'd all love to see, but we have to be careful that we don't hold it up as this holy grail at the exclusion of all the other benefits that our managed forests provide. So carbon storage, carbon sequestration, yes, important, but so is the quality of our life, the character of our rural landscape. So we have to balance those values, and that's what forest managers do. So to that effect, carbon sequestration and storage can be considered among those objectives, and can inform forest management practices in combination with, but not to the exclusion of other management objectives. So that's kind of a very brief excerpt.
So take off the blinders when you think about it.
Think about it more holistically from a federal agency perspective, like EPA. They're saying a managed forest is carbon neutral. That's a quantum leap. I mean, because as Andy said well, and Lou and Sean, a landowner has multiple objectives, and so it's about a balancing act. The reality is carbon storage. If a landowner is interested in carbon storage, they're going to be leaving more trees on their forest. They're going to be sacrificing some habitat management, perhaps, because habitat management requires the periodic harvesting of trees to create varying age classes in the forest, which various wildlife species desire. So if you desire one benefit, you have to understand that another benefit will have to take second or third tier. So it's kind of a false dichotomy to say it's managed forest equals carbon neutrality. There's way more to that. There's a lot more moving parts. A forest, as we all know, is a complex combination of biotic factors, and that's what forest managers and landowners work together on to manage.
Perhaps like what the EPA is really saying is that if you have a forester or a forest management plan on a piece of property, they're going to trust those individuals that they are looking at things holistically. And so that term carbon neutral, what you like to say, it sets I don't fully grasp what, like, that you could just directly convert that, but maybe they're saying, hey, you've got a trained professional that's actually caring about everything. And so we'll have to trust in that.
Yeah, at the risk, I wanted to avoid some of this, but I think a lot of it too is, when we're talking about carbon neutral, there's different assumptions that are being made. And so I'm a very simple person. I'll start there, and like, I can't hold too much upstairs. So I just sort of think of it as, for someone like me, you have woods, like I was saying, there's 100 tons per acre, let's say. Again, I like those nice round numbers. A lot of the modeling they'll talk about, oh, well, you're cutting those, 100 tons per acre. And so you're at this deficit, and then, those trees have to grow back. And so it's not carbon neutral by a certain timeline, and a lot of our goals are by 2050. So if something's not, there by 2050, then look at all the carbon that we're not sequestering. And this is a terrible practice, or it's a great practice, based on these artificial sort of deadlines. But, so someone like me may walk up to a property and go, oh, yeah, you harvest that wood and it grows back. It's carbon neutral, if it grows back to the same amount. Or then other modeling could be, well, let's say you don't look at it as, you've been managing your forest for a while. These are all managed forests. And so, you've been growing out 30, 100 tons per acre. Okay, then if you cut it, you're back down to being carbon neutral, so I think that's where a lot of the minutia comes in, these different, which is all very important stuff. And I don't want to diminish the importance of the modeling. It's great research being done by people and important discussions. But that's why sometimes it can be misleading, or, if you really just focus on this one element of, is it carbon neutral or by what year, you can get what sort of are misleading outcomes. So I think of it also like with my kids, I have a 10 and 12-year-old, and I just make very clear to them, like, you can tell me accurate information, but it's not necessarily telling me the truth, and we're working through that. I feel like accurate information is always presented around carbon, but it's not always kind of in the spirit of trying to move a dialogue forward.
Any questions from the group? Sure.
Just a comment, all of this stuff is really important because policymakers are, as we speak, debating how to implement a decarbonized economy through regulation and legislation. And they're going to recognize and reward technologies that, in their view, achieves net greenhouse gas emission reductions. And they're going to exclude those that don't. And if it's too complicated, too nuanced, if there's too many people espousing competing and conflicting theories, and no empirical research can prove the carbon beneficial attributes of biomass, they're just going to say, screw it, we're going to leave it out. And that's what's happening right now in the US Senate. Not because of the valiant efforts of our delegation, but because of others in the Senate that have made a decision that biomass is too complicated. And because their platform, their basis for recognizing and rewarding technologies is being driven by carbon reductions, and they're excluding or ignoring all the other attributes that you three just so eloquently spoke to. So this stuff, we can trivialize it or say, well, it's not that important, but it is important.
Yeah. Good points, Joe.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe Fontaine from Environmental Services. From an emission standpoint, I think when you talk about forest management, they're talking about not allowing the low-grade wood to stay in the forest to rot and emits methane, which has much higher global warming potential than carbon dioxide. So that's one of the factors that's involved when they're talking about carbon neutral. You don't want wood rotting in the forest, you want to manage the forest.
Before we close, I know we're kind of on a hard break here.
I just wanted to turn it over. Lou, did you have anything you wanted to add to this discussion before we close out?
Yeah, I think I'm glad the gentleman brought up the issue about methane. I think we've been talking a lot about the use of wood, and I wanted to talk about the amount of most of the wood that we're focused on using for energy is the result of some manufacturing process. They're residues either from forest management residues where loggers are manufacturing logs in the forest, and there's a certain amount of material that doesn't have a home, isn't a saleable product for a solid wood product, and that material needs wood energy provides a market for a lot of that material, as Jason Stock mentioned. The other residue stream is from forest products manufacturing, as Jason pointed out, and both of those are materials that the alternate fates of that material can be methane. And in order to avoid that, utilizing those residues for energy not only avoids the methane fate, but it also offsets the use of fossil fuels. And when we look at decarbonization options from various technologies, the cost of decarbonization using electricity, whether that's wind or solar generated, is significantly more than decarbonization of thermal or combined heat and power processes using wood. In fact, when using wood, you actually have a financial benefit to decarbonization versus a cost of decarbonization. And that's pretty well documented by several publications that are out right now that show the benefits of using wood to decarbonize different processes. So just wanted to mention that, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about the use of wood energy.
Thank you, Lou. And up here and 10-minute break. Is that good with everybody? Okay. Thank you very much, Sam.
Hello, Lou McCreary. Yes, Donna, I was on a
Maybe we put out the merchandise too quickly. Kevin, when you finish your Venmo thing, we can. Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Just trying to hit lunch. Okay. We're gonna get started again, folks. Yeah. Quick note about the HUD you see on the screen or saw on the screen. Okay. Yep. Guys, this event mug, we meant to have these available to hand out this time. We have some supply chain issues. So please make sure I have your address information. Okay, they will be coming. We will mail them out to you. And when you get them, they will be a new Boston Space Force Station energy awareness raising device. You can also use it as a copy mug. Okay, but it is an official energy awareness raising device. It's important to be able to get it through accounting. So it has our logo on it, and it says the day of the event, and
Isn't that the Phantom from like comic books or something? I mean, that looks a little bit like the X-Men character.
well, you know, we went for X-Men. It was taken, so we had to sell it for Space Force.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. And I believe we've got to switch to Carey and Dan. They're both online right now. Okay. Okay, our third panel will discuss the New Hampshire state and federal regulatory environment surrounding the wood energy topic. Amongst the items to be addressed are renewable energy credits or RECs for wood energy and the current market for those RECs. Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative or RGGI, RGGI market for CO2 credits and how that may affect wood energy. The New Hampshire State Renewable Portfolio Standard, the RPS, and how that applies to wood energy. And the New Hampshire State Legislature posture regarding wood energy and how carve-outs in the RPS for wood energy might affect its economic viability. And last but not least, USDA and EPA position regarding wood energy's carbon neutrality. We've kind of already covered that, so I don't know if we need to beat on that one anymore. So panel, please come, and Joe and I will introduce your moderator, and Carey Holmes from Senator Hass's office has a letter to read into the record. Okay. So I'll jump at once. Thank you, Bob. Bob's double duty. Joe Fontaine is Training Programs Manager for the Air Resources Division of the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Yes, the position he has held since September 1994. Mr. Fontaine manages several programs, including DES's Open Market, Ozone Precursor Pollutant Trading Programs, for emissions reduction credits or ERCs, and discrete emission reductions or DERs. The seasonal nitrogen oxide NOx cap and trade program, and the annual multi-pollutant cap and trade program based on New Hampshire's Clean Power Act, and the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative or RGGI. Mr. Fontaine holds a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from the University of Maine and interned at a pulp and paper mill. With that, you know, Carey, would you mind just self-introducing? I don't have your.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. Carey Holmes with Senator Maggie Hassan's office. Here today, I have a letter to read on her behalf, but I guess before I get into that, just wanted to say that Senator Hassan has long been a supporter of biomass and policies to support our forest products industries, and knows how important the industry is to the forest industry is to the state of New Hampshire. But I have a letter to read on her behalf, as I said. So dear friends, I regret that I cannot be with you for today's Wood Energy Summit. I wish to welcome you to the New Boston Space Force Station and thank the station for holding this important forum. Biomass is one of several energy resources in New Hampshire that is helping us build a more diverse, more renewable, and more affordable energy supply. It is an energy resource that residents, municipalities, and businesses across our state have used to reduce their costs and increase their energy independence. I applaud the New Boston Space Force Station's interest in wood energy and for their interest in improving resilience, lowering energy costs, and meeting renewable energy targets, and for coordinating and hosting this important forum. Thank you again to New Boston Space Force Station for hosting. I look forward to continuing to work together to build a stronger, more renewable Granite State. With every good wish, Margaret Wood Hassan, United States Senator. Thank you. I can
Thank Senator Hassan's support of biomass over the years, and really all of the congressional delegates from New Hampshire supported biomass. So thank you for that, Carey. To my immediate left is Karen Crampton. She serves as the Director of Sustainable Energy Division in the newly formed New Hampshire Department of Energy. Formerly, she was with the PUC. The division ensures compliance with the state's renewable portfolio standard and administers the Renewable Energy Fund, which supports various renewable energy incentive and grant programs. She also works with the department on renewable energy related dockets such as net metering, locational value of distributed generation. With experience in renewable energy project development, programs, and policy, Karen works with a broad range of organizations, including other state agencies, to expand renewable development in New Hampshire. Prior to joining the department, Karen served as the Deputy Director at the former Office of Energy Planning, where she worked on developing the state's 10-year energy strategy in 2014 and administered several federal Department of Energy grants, including Better Buildings, state energy programs, and Rooftop Solar Challenge. She graduated from Pennsylvania State University with a BS in Quantitative Business Analysis. Already heard from Carey. Bob Hayden was on a previous panel, so I'm going to skip to Dan Wilson at the bottom of the screen. Dan is Vice President at Wilson Engineering Services. Wilson Engineering Services is a full-service engineering firm operating in the energy and environment sectors. Is a national leader in the development of renewable, thermal, and combined heat power projects. Dan has overseen Wilson Engineering Services' role in over 150 renewable, thermal, and combined heat and power, anaerobic digestion, district heating, and energy efficiency projects. Wilson Engineering Services' role in these projects has included concept development, feasibility studies, financial business planning, design, permitting, construction, management, commissioning, and operations. Prior to founding Wilson Engineering Services in 2008, Dan was an engineering project manager at Galligan and Bryant. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Dan is registered professional engineer and holds a BS in agricultural and biological engineering from Penn State University and a Master of Civil Engineering from Johns Hopkins University. Last but not least, in the upper right corner of the screen, Carey Anand is Executive Director at Biomass Power Association in Washington, D.C. Carey has worked with us with Biomass Power Association since 2010, gradually expanding her role from outside PR consultant. Part of her portfolio is overseeing National Bioenergy Day, an annual nationwide educational event recognizing bioenergy's contribution to heating and power to the United States. Carey has more than 15 years of public affairs, government relations, leadership, and communications experience across many issue areas. She previously served in the press office of the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Energy and Commerce. And with those introductions, I think I'm going to go to Carey first. If she could provide an overview. This panel is policy and regulatory policy. So if you could just give us a quick overview of what's happening at the federal level.
Sure, I'd be happy to, and thanks for that introduction. I should note that our annual Bioenergy Day celebration is actually today. So happy Bioenergy Day. This is a very well-timed panel. And I'm very honored to be here to talk about biomass. So I represent the Biomass Power Association. We work for the domestic biomass power industry. We've got about 80 facilities nationwide that use waste materials, forest residues, and crop residues, things like nutshells, oat hulls, rice hulls, and the production of renewable energy. It's a pretty small part of our nation's energy portfolio, probably about 1%. But we think it's really important, not only for the renewable energy that it puts on the grid, but also for the kind of what we call ancillary benefits of putting to use waste materials that otherwise might lie fallow as the best case scenario, or contribute to forest fires as one of the worst case scenarios, or in the case of agricultural residues, they might be open burned, which is a waste of fuel, but also emits a lot more carbon into the atmosphere. So I appreciated the comments of the previous panel about carbon neutrality and how to measure carbon from biomass. I thought there were a lot of really good points made there. So I won't get into that as much. But I did want to touch on a few federal policy matters that we engage on regularly. I want to talk about the RFS and about tax. As the Space Force considers wood energy for its station in New Hampshire, these are important considerations. So to start off with, the RFS, that is our kind of marquee policy initiative that we are pursuing, and we have been for the past 5 years or so. And I think to fully understand why this is so important to the industry, you have to understand that federal policy for the last 10 to 15 years has been extremely lopsided towards other types of renewable energy. Wind and solar, kind of have been able to reap the rewards of, for instance, the production tax credit and investment tax credit that are more difficult for biomass power, for the biomass power industry to participate in. And I'll touch on why that is a little bit later. But, as a result of this lopsided policy, we've seen an exponential growth in wind and solar over the past, 10 years. And a lot of my members, a lot of biomass power facilities are, really hanging on. They're seeing power prices drop as a result of the proliferation of wind. There we go. And they're seeing, prices drop as a result of wind, and also natural gas being able to provide low prices as well. So, when power purchase agreements come due about every 10 years, a lot of utilities are saying, why should I buy from the biomass power plant when I can get cheap baseload power from natural gas and I can get cheap renewable power from wind? And that's it's a challenge that a lot of our members face regularly. And so what the RFS represents is stability for our industry. And I'll tell you how that works. And please let me know. I can talk about this for a long time, so I don't want to dominate this panel. But the renewable fuel standard, as it was passed in 2007, actually provided for for credits to go to power that goes to power transportation. So when you see EVs on the road, and there are well over 1 million on the road in the US today, with the projected growth just kind of skyrocketing, the fuel that is generated, the power that's generated from fuels that are covered under the RFS, so waste, residues, cellulosic fuel, the types of fuel that my members are using to generate power, when that is going to power an electric car, that power should be eligible for a RIN credit, an E-RIN credit. And so, that has always been part of the RFS 2 law that's currently in place. But the EPA just hasn't figured out how to implement that part of the program. So, as the Space Force considers a wood energy station, that's something that, if you are putting power onto the grid, you could be eligible for those types of credits. And additionally, if your power station, has a charging, a car charging element to it, that could be even worth more. So, this is really important. We actually are hearing that the EPA is considering implementing the electricity portion of the RFS right now. So we're eagerly awaiting to see what that rule might look like. And, as I said, it represents a lot of stability for our industry, and the idea of getting credit for power that's already doing good, already powering electric vehicles. So that's our main policy objective, and will be a game changer when it is implemented. And the second thing I'll mention is tax. As I said before, tax policy has really been skewed towards other technologies that are able to build more quickly. And the value of the production tax credit, which is a certain cents per kilowatt hour. It's, I think, 2 cents for wind and 1 cent for everyone else. So, the fact that we're only eligible for half of that credit has affected the growth of biomass. And, we'd like to see that evened out. We have an opportunity with the Build Back Better Act that is currently under consideration in Congress. And, we're hoping to see that addressed. And then the final thing that I'll mention is the Clean Energy Performance Program that is also under consideration by Congress. It's really important that we measure biomass on a life cycle basis. It only makes sense that way. As we heard with the last panel, you could debate for hours and hours about how to measure carbon and how long the trees grow back, and this, that, and the other. But the fact is, when you are comparing biogenic carbon that is used to generate power to geologic carbon, it only makes sense to count it on a life cycle basis. So, when certain laws are proposed, like the Clean Energy Performance Program, and they don't say explicitly, we need to measure biomass on a life cycle basis, that's threatening to us. It could potentially, count against a utility The idea of the program is let's reward utilities for buying clean, quote unquote, clean power. And, if biomass is not counted as a clean power because it's being counted, you're counting all the emissions from the stack rather than on a life cycle basis, it could count against the clean power that the utility is buying. So, these are a few of the policy, issues that we have our eyes on. And I hope I didn't talk too long here. I'm happy to take any questions about that. But I'll turn it back over to you to continue with the panel, and look forward to hearing what everyone else has to say.
Great, I think we're gonna save questions till the end. And Dan and Bob can comment as project developers or knowledge of that at the end, but I'm gonna go next to Karen Crampton. And I would ask Karen to give an overview of the New Hampshire state program for RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standard.
Sure. Thank you, Joe, and thank you everybody for inviting us here today. I'm going to really talk about the state's renewable energy policy, and it's something that you've heard a little bit about already in our previous panel discussions this morning, this thing called the RPS, or the Renewable Portfolio Standard. So the RPS is the state's renewable energy policy. And what it does is it sets targets on an annual basis, and those are escalating targets for which the electricity providers in New Hampshire need to provide a certain amount of their electricity through renewable sources. So this is actually a market-based policy. And like I said, it sets these annual targets, and the suppliers of electricity meet those targets by purchasing these commodities called renewable energy certificates. These are these RECs that you were hearing about earlier today. So what the RPS does is, in New Hampshire, we have actually 5 different classes of renewable energy certificates. And those classes represent different types of renewable technologies. So our class 1, for example, are things like wind, hydrogen, methane, biomass used to create electricity. We also have a class 1 thermal carve out, which is specific to both, it's thermal energy, first of all, so heating, cooling, and the sources for that are biomass, also things like geothermal, solar thermal. We have a special carve out in New Hampshire for solar. That's our class 2. We have 2 classes that really support renewable technologies that were in operation prior to the RPS. So we have a class 3, which is for existing biomass and methane facilities, and then a class 4, which is for our small hydro. So those are our classes. Every time, well, as those generators are creating electricity or thermal energy, they are producing or generating these renewable energy certificates. So 1 REC represents 1 megawatt hour of renewable generation from each of those facilities, or 1 megawatt hour equivalent of thermal energy. So in 2021, the state's goal is to get 21.6% of its energy from renewable sources. The end goal is in 2025 for us to be 25.2% renewable. And after that, New Hampshire, the way the policy is written right now, just remains flat at 25.2%. So let's focus a little bit on the biomass component of the RPS, since that's why we're here today. So biomass fuels are actually defined in statute for the RPS, and the specific definition is plant-derived fuel, including clean and untreated wood products such as brush, stumps, lumber, wood pallets, bark, chips, pellets, shavings, sawdust. Again, very plant-based biomass. It does not include things like construction debris or demolition debris. So a really important distinction there, that we're not promoting that type of biomass. It really is the plant-based. So you can use that biomass for either generating electricity, and those facilities could be deemed eligible for the RPS and then be able to certify those RECs. You heard from some of those larger plants today with Schiller Station, along with, I'm sorry, I'm going to forget which other ones you represented, but Granite Shore Power has 3 of those plants. There's a number of other plants also in New Hampshire that qualify for that class. With the RPS, there are emissions requirements that must be met. Those emission requirements, again, are defined in statute, along with supporting rules, but they deal with NOx and nitrogen oxide, SOx, the sulfur, and also particulate matter emissions. We then also support the use of biomass products for the creation of thermal energy. And I think you'll hear about some of that today as well. So the same definition as biomass fuels, so still the clean wood, plant-based product, but being used to create heat. And the emission requirements and other such things, particulate matter, are again defined in statute, and the requirements are based on the size or the capacity of those different systems. So I think earlier today we heard about the Thompson School. Somebody had graduated from there. The Thompson School actually heats that part of campus with district heating that is fueled by precision dried chips, which you'll hear about, I think, in the next panel, are actually manufactured here in New Hampshire. So we have a lot of examples of how these things are working. So that's the RPS, the fuels that you need, and how we have these different generators that are creating these things called RECs. So one of the other things that my division does, and we do as part of this policy, is we have to ensure compliance. As I mentioned, it's the electricity providers that have to ensure compliance with the RPS. And they do that by purchasing these renewable energy certificates. And those certificates are sold and managed on a regional level. So that's all part of ISO New England, NEPOOL GIS, where these certificates are traded and bought and sold for compliance purposes. So they're sold by the generators, meaning to you all that as a generator, these RECs are an additional revenue stream. They're another component of that value stack that you heard about earlier this morning. And then from a supplier perspective, those certificates are their method by which to ensure compliance or meet compliance. Now, if there aren't enough RECs out there in the marketplace, there is an alternative compliance mechanism, and that's called an alternative compliance payment. Those payments come into actually the Department of Energy, into what we call, and statute defines, as the Renewable Energy Fund. The Renewable Energy Fund is a dedicated, non-lapsing, continually appropriated, all 3 of those words are very, very important in the state of New Hampshire, fund that then must be used, and it's defined how we can use it in statute to support additional or the development of more renewable generation in the state of New Hampshire. So the division that I lead offers 5 different rebate programs, both residential and commercial and industrial. Those rebate programs support both solar and thermal initiatives, pellet programs. But we also offer a couple of grant programs, and those grant programs are competitive. One is a low and moderate income community solar program, and the other one is a more generalized, just competitive commercial and industrial grant program. And that grant program often supports and looks for projects from a thermal perspective and a biomass perspective. And you'll hear from other people here on these panels today. We've been awarded, I think, over 47 grants now in the state of New Hampshire, supporting all sorts of initiatives. Okay, and then so once we get these, sorry, never should refer to my notes, so I lose the exciting part of my story. So as these projects are developed, and then they come to us and they become certified to create more RECs, those RECs then help New Hampshire meet its long-term RPS goals. And that is the end of the story. So it's a nice little cycle, right? You need these RECs to meet compliance. When you don't have enough, you get these alternative compliance payments, which support a fund, which support additional generation. So thank you, and I'm
Thanks,
happy
Karen.
to take questions.
Next, I'm gonna go to me. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Reggie. Reggie is a program designed to reduce carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel fired power plants. So why should I talk about Reggie at a Wood Energy Summit? Well, first of all, because it is designed for fossil fuel fired power plants, it excludes biomass. The fossil fuel fired power plants are required to buy allowances, which represent a ton of CO2 emissions for every ton that they emit. Biomass plants don't have to do that, so that's a benefit because they're considered carbon neutral. As was mentioned earlier, I think Massachusetts folks don't necessarily agree with carbon neutrality. And Reggie is currently undergoing its third program review. They just had the first Zoom meeting on it recently, and there will be more to come. November 8th is the next one, I believe. So if you're interested, anything you want to know about Reggie, www.rggi.org gives a complete description of the program. But if you want to get involved in program review and preserving the exclusion of biomass, I welcome you to get on the Reggie mailing list by going to that website and signing up and following along and submitting comments if you want to that website on the various elements of program review. Second reason for talking about Reggie is offsets. When Reggie began back in 2009, there was for compliance alternative, similar to alternative compliance payments, but another method to comply was to buy offset allowances, which are CO2 reductions from outside the electricity sector in certain categories. One of which, not initially, but over a couple of years later, was forestry management. So, as part of the first program review, we implemented what's called compliance.
ECRs?
No, the opposite.
The opposite of ECRs.
Cost containment reserve. And so that introduced allowances into the market if the allowance price exceeded a certain level. And so offsets as a compliance mechanism in Reggie were not as meaningful anymore. Nobody had used them to that point. So in New Hampshire, we got rid of offsets. But that doesn't mean that offsets can't be used. In California, they have a program similar to Reggie. They accept offsets. New Hampshire projects can qualify under that program. Their allowances are more expensive than Reggie allowances, so projects will get more value for registering in the California program. So when I talk about offsets, going back to the previous panel about forestry management, and there's a lengthy protocol on what forestry management means and what good forestry management is in the context of offsets. And I'm gonna direct you to another website. Sorry to do this, but the Climate Action Reserve is a registry that you can go to, and they have extensive information on what you need to do to qualify as a forestry management project and get registered, and then those can be accepted into the California program. So those are just a couple of indirect ways that Reggie affects biomass. I think now I'd like to open it up to the other panel members, comments on anything that's been said thus far, or more insight.
Thanks, Joe.
This is Dan. If I share a screen and go a couple of slides, if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll go to Dan first and then Bob.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Appreciate the time to talk to you folks today. I wanted to talk about, I know there's a policy discussion in this panel, so I thought I'd talk about federal policy a little bit, and then some of the incentives that are available for specific projects, both in New Hampshire and at the federal level. Unfortunately, I think the news for wood energy at the federal level is quite not great in terms of policy incentives that are available. There's very little at the federal level, especially if you look at it from a macro perspective. Unless you're looking at transportation fuel, and like Carey is focusing on the RFS, which is great because that's where money is. Unfortunately, for wood energy biomass, converting that to transportation fuel is not particularly energy efficient, and thus it's not very cost efficient. So conversion of the resource, which ultimately is a finite resource. So wood resources are only sustainable and carbon beneficial at up to a certain point. And so it'd be good if we had policies that recognize that and try to use them in the most efficient manner. Transportation fuel from wood is not the most efficient use of that resource. Turning it into heat or power, that is a much more efficient pathway. But unfortunately, federal policy wise, there's not much available. That doesn't mean though that there aren't good things you can do with wood energy in the power and heat space. Here is a list of some typically available project level incentives that you could get for wood energy system, whether it was power only, combined heat and power, or perhaps thermal only in terms of what you were using the energy for. I'm not going to go into each of these because it's very project specific, but I think the message I'd like you to take from these is that none of these drive a project on its own. Like some of the incentives for solar or wind, depending on the state, and incorporating all the tax credits and all the benefits you can get, those have really driven investment in those. Specifically, the incentives drive that investment in a lot of cases. That's not going to be the case for any of your wood energy projects. These programs that are available will make good projects better, but they're not going to make a project good on their own. So one thing I would like to identify then is what can we do today with wood energy that is economically viable with the current level of incentives that are out there and available. Generally, what we can do is we can meet the energy needs of a facility, whether it's heating, electricity, or cooling. And you can't do it for every facility, but so when we go into decarbonize different facilities, you look at the suite of options. Sometimes a wood energy system is going to make sense for some of these different energy sources or uses, and sometimes it's not. And so you have to really look at that. But you can do this economically today with what's available. I think power is a big focus here. So I just want to mention that at the scale that we typically see people think about, so let's say 100 kilowatts up to 10 megawatts, current incentive levels for power, first thing people ask is how much power can you make us? And we always have to say, well, today, perhaps not very much is the answer. It depends. And the way the economics work out and the efficiencies work out, you really have to make systems thermally led combined heat and power systems to be economically viable in most cases today. So when you make power from biomass, you're taking the wood, converting it into heat, and you can do that extremely efficiently, like 99.9% efficient at doing that. You have to then convert that heat or transfer that heat into a working fluid and drive a prime mover. And out of that prime mover, you get a little bit of some portion of electricity and then a larger portion of heat. And if your typical power cycle generations that are closed cycle, like steam turbines or things like that, your conversion into electricity of that energy somewhere between 4 and 20, maybe a little better, 25%. efficiency overall. That means you have a lot of heat that you want to capture value from out of that. So typically, if you're doing electricity at this scales, I think most people are thinking here, you'd want to look at combined heat and power and making what electric you can very efficiently. The other thing you can do right now is provide heat with wood, and you can do that in a way that saves money for a facility and pays for itself. So this is a slide that is quite complex, but shows the basic cost of heat delivered into a facility, so it includes efficiencies, for various sources of energy. So you see wood chips on the left is one of the cheaper sources of energy typically that we see, and you work your way towards air source heat pumps, which are kind of in the middle there. And that's with a standard efficiency for those, using electricity from the grid. Then you got propane, wood pellets, and fuel oil, and then electric resistance is quite expensive. What I've done also on this slide is show the value of the thermal rec in New Hampshire. It's what I've listed as what is the current alternative compliance payment. It's worth about $7.70 a million BTU. The value is actually not quite that high. It'll be something less than that, but that's the most you could get out of the thermal rec, because that's what the utility would have to pay if they can't obtain those or make them themselves. So the point of this slide is just to show you the impact of that thermal rec in New Hampshire, which is a great program for wood energy costs for heating, and also why you can do heating with wood energy today in an efficient way and do that cost effectively. You can also do cooling. And again, I don't want to get into the details of the slide too much, but this shows the different costs per ton hour of cooling, which is how we define the cooling of the air conditioning of a facility as on a ton hour. And you can see here, the first two are costs for wood energy systems to provide cooling. And you can see the impact of the rec there becomes negative, current cost for negative cost of cooling for current values of RECs, typically if you're using wood chips. And you can compare that to some of the electric machines that you can use down below in the cost per ton hour. So that's another thing you can do cost effectively with wood often. And the final thing I want to just mention is that we do a lot of decarbonization consulting at our company. And what we do is we will use whatever is most cost effective as the technology to decarbonize a facility, from solar PV to solar thermal to fleet conversions to anything we can to help the facility decarbonize. And so what are good ways to decarbonize, and what are the cost effective ones? Those are the ones that pay for themselves over the life of their system. And the slide here shows the basic cost per ton of carbon avoided for different technologies that from a study from McKinstry. And the important thing to note is that some of these are negative, so they save money and reduce carbon. And some of these are positive, meaning they cost money per ton that you're trying to save. We also work for the Forest Service as one of the contractors under their technical assistance program. And so working with Lou's program, the Forest Service, we took some of the results of the projects that they've worked on in the past. And out of 100, so this shows the cost per ton avoided of carbon associated with those projects. And this is using EPA's rules, the voluntary markets rules, and basically the IPCC's rules for carbon accounting, which are very well defined across the world, and how if you want to trade carbon. This shows the cost per ton for those projects, which were heat and combined heat and power projects. And you can see not all of them are negative, but a big chunk of the projects that have been looked at both save money over their life, pay for themselves over the life, and reduce carbon. And then the final thing I wanted to mention is, I think folks did a good job of talking about the different nuances associated with carbon accounting for wood energy. One of the key things that people need to keep in mind is, as Carey said, this is treated as a waste, which is unfortunate because it's a beneficial material that can be used to offset a fossil fuel. But when it's treated as a waste, the material can have a fate that is really terrible for carbon emissions. So this slide shows the accounting for greenhouse gas emissions associated with using wood for heating. And this is done in the exact same way they do the RFS standards for transportation fuels. So you're able to compare that to heating oil, for instance, which is on the right, and natural gas. That compares to the embodied carbon associated with transporting and processing wood energy for heating. And that's the green bar. The orange bars, or whatever color they show up at the bottom of your screen there, those are showing what the emissions would be if the material was not beneficially used, if it was burned in a forest fire, if it was piled up at a mill and allowed to rot and turn into a good portion methane, or if it were landfilled in the case of maybe urban wood. So the thing I'd like to bring home with this slide is that the carbon really is important, especially when you consider the alternate fates of this material. And there's a lot of value, no matter how you look at the life cycle analysis and kind of considerations for forestry material, in avoiding the emission of from fossil fuels and using that as an energy source. So those are just a couple of points I wanted to make, and I'll jump off now and let other folks share on the panel.
Bob, did you have comments?
As always, yes, sir. So I think I'd like to ask a question first. Who's from New Hampshire here? Okay, so most of the room. So I'd like to have a little conversation about a New Hampshire specific scenario that brings in the call to action Joe made and the information Karen provided and the deep financial dive that Dan provided. So kind of bring it all together in a New Hampshire example. So first, Joe did a very slight call to action, which is participate in the legislative and state processes for developing these rules and laws. Find out how to participate. You might have a local energy committee. You might be able to find out how to participate through some of the folks here, Jason, myself, Karen, any of the folks here that are from the industry on how to participate. And here's why. We talked about the RPS as a great way to finance local renewable projects from biomass to solar with the renewable energy credits that are required to be bought by the utilities. So it's a very nice mechanism to help renewable energy proliferate. But one of the lurking variables in the conversation Karen gave us and the results that Dan can provide with this wonderful data is that every year, or most every year, some of these rules or laws are in jeopardy. So this year, it was the RPS. There was a bill that was in the House. I think it was HB, which one was it?
213.
Oh, thank you. Which would have cut the RPS in half. So all of this value that we can look at when we look at doing a project from the RPS payments could have been gone. So when we look at a project, we're not really looking at the immediate result. We have to have a good immediate result, but we have to have financial consistency out in the future to make these projects work. So maybe we need 5 years, 10 years, or whatever it is to make a project work, whether it's rebuilding a hydro plant or building a solar plant or building a biomass facility. And I hope Mark will tell us about the one he just did over at the Peterborough Library in a few minutes. And his story will be much more interesting than this example. But when legislatively our programs are attacked, it means that we don't have that financial consistency. We don't have that piece of the value stack that really makes a program work going into the future to monetize the costs. So I would ask everybody to participate in the legislative process. We need more new voices. We just need more voices that speak to a renewable energy future and the kind of goals that some of the New Hampshire communities have. Communities like Keene and Peterborough, who have 100% goals for renewability of their electricity by 2030. Those goals are going to proliferate across the state. And the ability
to have consistent projects, to make them work into the future, needs consistent legislation that isn't threatened every year or every other year by initiatives to slash them, to slash and burn. So in this legislative session, not only did we have an attack on the RPS, we had similar attacks on a program called Community Power, where communities can decide as residents to increase their renewable energy in their community specifically. One of the programs that helps renewable energy proliferate is called group net metering. That was under attack. So all these bills needed folks like us to support them in the legislative process so they would fail. And fortunately, it ended up a pretty good year. HB 315 was the community power bill was made workable. There's an increase in net metering for some situations in municipalities. And there was a bill at SB 91 that speaks to a variety of odds and ends things that are nice building blocks for the renewable world. But again, that call to action is for everybody. That's what I got today.
And I would follow up on that by saying that over the years, there's been several bills to repeal RPS, repeal RGGI, and to date, we've successfully kept those programs. But one thing to look at addresses the question that was raised earlier, you know, what can we do to provide greater incentive? Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 2020 RPS target was 20.7%, and that rises by 0.9% until 2025, when it's a little over 25%, and then it's held flat. So one of those things is you can't, like other states, get to 100% renewables in New Hampshire, because if we want to keep Seabrook operating, but we can get to much larger than 25%. So that's something on the horizon to consider for post 2025. All of these programs are market-based incentive programs, but if you increase the requirement or the target, then that will provide greater incentive. Now we'll open it up to questions from the floor. Lynn?
So Joe, when you were talking about the RGGI stakeholder program review, do you feel like including or excluding biomass CO2 is going to be on a short list of items to be considered by the states?
No, it was one commenter made that verbal comment during. You can go on and view the recording of the one session that we've had so far. And she was from Massachusetts, and she cited the Manomet study. And so it's like was discussed on the earlier panel, there's a difference of opinion as to carbon neutrality. But she did make that comment, and so I don't think it's going to be a major issue. We've got much more on our plate to look at. I just talked about RPS post 2025. RGGI has capped, regional cap that goes out to 2030. So one consideration would be post 2030 with the cap. Right now it just stays flat after 2030. So much more significant issues. Not to belittle biomass, but as part of the RGGI program, it's not. We keep it excluded. New Hampshire would prefer. Charlie?
I wonder if our panelists could speak to the suite of federal and state incentives that could potentially be available to the Boston Space Force Station if they elected to install a biomass fuel energy plant. I'll say energy plant, because the electricity or electricity heating of people. Looking forward to learning more on the next panel.
Yeah.
But how can what's out there now, or what's under consideration by Congress, help them find this and move forward with their plans?
I think that sounds like a question for maybe Carey at the federal level. But before she says anything, I will say if you do install the boiler biomass device, you have to get it here with me. I was told before I left the office, I had to say that. So. Yeah.
And get that in the minutes.
We're aware of that. Carey, did you want to comment on that?
Sure. Just to be sure I heard the question, he's wondering about the federal incentives that might be available to the Boston Space Force for if they build the boiler, proposed boiler.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So yeah, so you know, it depends on timing to some extent. Right now, the PTC and ITC, the production tax credit and investment tax credit, are in effect through December 31st of this year. The Build Back Better Act does contain a tax element to it, which would extend both credits out, I think, 10 years. So, you know, hopefully that will be in effect. The production tax credit, as it's written now, would be approximately 1.1 cents per kilowatt hour. If you guys so chose the production tax credit. If you chose the investment tax credit, that's up to 30% of the cost to build the boiler. However, there will be some caveats to participating in the production tax credit and investment tax credit. Namely, you know, one would be using labor. So, you know, the bill actually contains a clause that says, you know, to be eligible for the full credit, you have to use union workforce, and it also requires domestic content. So you have to use a certain percentage of your equipment has to be made in the USA. If you aren't able to meet those requirements, then you're still eligible for the credit, but it would be less. It would be more like 0.25 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, you know, that hasn't been passed yet. So, you know, it's subject to change. We'll see what happens there. And then, you know, another potential incentive that I will mention, I talked quite a bit about this, is the RFS. If the EPA does actually implement the electricity portion of the RFS, and you know, you guys are connected to the grid, which I believe that's the plan, you know, you could be eligible for RIN credits that are much more valuable than the production tax credit, you know, probably to the tune of, you know, 4 to 7 cents per kilowatt hour. So, you know, something to think about. That, you know, of course, is not in effect yet, but we do know that the EPA is working on a rule to implement this program. If the Space Force, you know, would feel so inclined to weigh in with the EPA to urge them on, we certainly would not object to that. But I think those are the two chief incentives that I would mention.
Thanks, Carey. And Karen, at the state level,
Sure.
you talked about under the RPS, the alternative compliance payments funding, the Renewable Energy Fund, which funds grants. Would there be any possibility for space station, Space Force?
Yeah, I think just based on some of the preliminary things that I've heard, I think the most likely program that you would qualify for is the Commercial Industrial Grant Program. Probably a more appropriate way of saying that, because a lot of people think that then means business. It actually means non-residential. So it's all based on your electricity customer status, but it's for non-residential. We generally, in years past, have looked for projects that will create Class 1 renewable energy certificates or Class 1 thermal renewable energy certificates, because those tend to be the classes that we are most in need of in the state. Again, our recs are supposed to keep us on target for meeting our ever increasing goals or our targets. And Class 1 and Class 1 thermal are two of the classes that increase the requirements on an annual basis. So we are generally looking for those certificates. The good news, I think, is that program is statutorily required. Some of our programs are I guess, from a legislative perspective, considered optional. The grant program is required. We are required to issue an RFP every year. Generally, that RFP comes out in the late fall, early winter timeframe. And we try to get those contracts wrapped up by the end of the fiscal year, state fiscal year, which is June. So that would, I would say, would be one avenue. The other thing is, of course, then the revenue that you could receive by getting your facility REC certified, and you have that renewable energy certificate revenue stream coming in then on an annual basis.
This is Dan. Just, we've helped federal facilities in the past on a number of occasions. One of the things we've seen as a challenge for them in the past has been to accept the RECs. So we've had, they're not able to monetize those because they couldn't sell them. They didn't have a mechanism for taking money in. So I don't know if that's a problem you have or not, but we've seen that as an issue. Even if they generated the RECs, they didn't really have, the agency didn't have a way to get the money from it. And I think that's a number of the incentives that I listed in what are available to you are currently, like including the investment tax credit. Those are only available really to entities with tax liability, or most of the programs are for businesses that were listed. So in terms of wanting incentives for the projects, third-party ownership of some sort is a way to get at some of these incentives that you probably can't as a federal agency in some respects. Lou McCreary, I don't know if you're still on. I don't believe that the Forest Service programs are eligible to federal entities either, but I could be wrong about that.
No, that's correct. Those programs aren't available to federal facilities.
Right.
If I can jump in too, Dan, if you don't mind, on the investment tax credit, one additional feature of the credit that's being considered by Congress right now is direct pay. So yeah, you might have been about to cover that, but in lieu of the 30% tax credit, you could elect for an 85% direct pay. And that, again, if you use union workforce and domestic content that, meet the requirements.
Hi, I'm Jason. I'm going to be on the next panel here moderating, but the way it usually works, and coming from my last space, we have the largest power purchase agreement in the DoD, paid from Vandenberg. The way we get at the fact that we can't monetize credits is to do a private-public partnership where we provide the land, provide the access, and agree to buy the power produced by the plant.
Yep.
We can take credit for generating things for our portfolio, but we can't receive money from it. But the power provider can, right? The power generator can. And so what we do is an in-kind deal through an enhanced use lease, where we get in-kind consideration for the use of the land and everything that goes along with it, being in a protected space, being in a good environment for the business. We get a decrement on our bill, and we ended up saving like 33%. So this is a 22.5 megawatt power plant. We have about 18.8 draw in the summer. So for 8 to 9 hours a day, we were paying at a way lower rate and receiving all of our power from that base. California's a little different than New Hampshire. There's an interconnect agreement that prohibits federal installations from messing with the market. So if we put like a 20 megawatt plant on this space and drove one of the other providers out of business because we're giving them free land, they don't like that. So they're still working through how to allow the company to sell back to the grid. That may not be the case under New Hampshire law, but that was one of the biggest pictures out there. We're going to talk more about resiliency and infrastructure resiliency and our vision for getting at it. But it will most likely not be the Air Force or the Department of the Air Force or the Space Force directly investing in this kind of technology. Number one, I've got 26 people, of which 16 of them are workers, of which 2 of them are power pro guys and one's a superintendent, right? They're not going to operate this plant. We're not going to create manpower for it. It's going to be a public-private partnership that will have to be figured out through an enhanced use lease where they work out the particulars of the business plan, whether or not it's mutually beneficial to both parties. That being said, these things don't always have to be cost effective to happen. We were part part of the Central California Water Authority. We pay like 10 times more money for our water than we pay when we're just pumping out of the wells on base. There's other motives that drive investment in renewables, clean energy. If you look at the Fort Drum, their biomass plant, it's not necessarily, wasn't necessarily the most cost-effective way to do business in 2019. It's a little more palatable now, but they looked at it from, what do I gain? I might as well operate honestly from the grid in a power out regional situation and still keep my mission going. So there's other things that are different inherent to the military that maybe aren't the same in the private sector, or even if forestry or something else where not the primary mission isn't what Colonel Zessinger covered in the morning. So just keep that in mind. Good.
George, we're running over. One thing we don't talk about, we don't talk about dead space in New Hampshire. We're not talking about stuff we like to talk about. Thank you. Thanks, Sam. Carey, thank you so much again for including us. National Bioenergy Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, thank you too.
Thank you.
All of them.
Oh, thanks, sir. Yeah, it's probably at 12:31. We'll catch that. So, right, our fourth and final panel will review the current state of wood power equipment, including CHP and wood heating. We're seeking to learn where the technology is at today and where it may be going in the future. For example, to address air quality issues, improve cycle efficiency, and the best scale for market entry. Any RECs available for renewable energy, wood energy manufacturer? That's the question here. Back in the 2005 BISA Act, it kind of started all off. It was a
Can I offer a suggestion? So they're about 95% done with the dogs and everything. Can we do a working
Well, that's
panel?
great.
So if that's good with you, and everyone can eat while Jason's talking, it's probably best. So if you guys want to
That's great.
take a break, go get the dogs, have burgers ready, and then do you have a? Well, let me grab Shepard.
Larry, we're going to stand by, grab some burgers, and come back. So give us 15 minutes to repower here. Did you get that, Larry?
Yeah. George, I heard you. Yes, I'm going to have to leave by 11:15 Central, 12:15 your time.
Oh, I regret that. I'm so sorry. Got a hard stop. Well, could you just simply, did you have a prepared remark you'd like to present? We're sure interested in your pellets and your story.
I'll wait till you all get back and then we can do that.
This is Kevin Dorr. He's going to show your. So we're gonna serve back on this back table here. We'll bring out the food here in just a few minutes. If you guys can just try to use tongs as much as you can to avoid. And there is some sanitizer back there as well. And we do have a can back there if you'd like to throw in your $5, that's fine. But no obligation to do so. But it's very hot chips and drink. There's drinks and some cooler there, water, soda. So please help yourself and enjoy.
And then also, if you could keep the chatter down, because we're going to continue on with the panel, make us working lunch. We got folks that are dialed in around the country that have other engagements to get to. So we'll be conducting the panel as you're grabbing your food, come back to the table, and continue going. Okay, appreciate the keeping it down a little bit.
Okay, we'll press ahead then. Good, thank you, everyone. Also interesting in the form are the same technology, manufacturing questions, et cetera, for the equipment that are used to harvest the wood products. We're also in that story. We're fortunate enough to have my boss, Jason Antanis, as our moderator. Jason presently serves as the base civil engineer at the New Boston Space Force Station. Jason enlisted in the Air Force in 1997 and served as an engineering assistant until 1999. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Ohio State University in 2002 and was commissioned through the Air Force ROTC program His military career culminated as the commander, 30th Civil Engineering Squadron, Vandenberg Air Force Base, California, in 2020 after 20 years of distinguished military service. Jason is a registered professional engineer, get this, in Guam. Wow. Okay. He and his wife Francine have been married for 12 years and have 5 amazing kids. And I know this to be the case because we hear about them all the time. Delighted to hear those stories. Jason's awards are numerous, but I just picked out a few. Bronze Star Medal with Oak Leaf Cluster, Afghanistan Campaign Medal with 4 Bronze Stars, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Nuclear Deterrence Operations Service Medal, and last but not least, winner of the 2021 Mount Vernon Chili Cook-Off.
I didn't bring any. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so if we could get our panel members, after they grab their drinks, or if you could graciously wait through the end of your tour, that'd be great. I want to introduce our panel members. First off, on the outstations, Larry Price. Larry Price began his career in pulp and paper forest products industry in 1983 at the Chesapeake Corporation Mill in West Point, Virginia. Larry holds a bachelor's of electrical engineering from West Virginia Institute of Technology and an MBA from the College of William Mary, also in Virginia. Larry has a strong background in paper making and has been a leader in the new products development. In 1997, Larry was promoted to VP and General Manager of the paper mill in West Point. And in 2005, he was named the Vice President of Smurfit Stone Containers Mill Division, where he helped create a new mill system with 12 mills producing 8.4 million tons. In 2016, Larry joined Zilka Biomass Fuels as the VP of Engineering and Operations. In addition to biomass R&D, Zilka Biomass Energy developed a wood biomass fuel turbine project on the New England Wood Pellets Mill site in Jaffrey, New Hampshire. The project was idled and the Zilka family subsequently exited the pelleting business, and with Larry as CEO, Next Gen Black Pellets LLC purchased the assets. The Next Gen Black Pellet LLC market is focused on licensing their patented technology to pellet manufacturers around the world. Also on the panel, Steve Walker, self-taught engineer, inventor, entrepreneur. Steve founded and grew New Hampshire-based New England Wood Pellet into the largest manufacturer and distributor of wood pellet fuel in the United States. After selling New England Wood Pellet in 2014, Walker set out to reduce building energy consumption. He founded IMBY Energy in 2016, whose work has been recognized by NASA and the Department of Energy. In his free time, Walker enjoys woodworking, mountain biking, and cross-country skiing. Mr. Greg Foote, steam efficiency expert. He has operated steam plants all over the world and developed turnkey steam efficiency projects across the United States. Greg's specific area of expertise are boiler optimization, steam turbine selection and installation, distribution design and optimization, and condensate recovery. When not evaluating steam systems, Greg lives outside of Portland, Maine. And finally, Mark Froling. Mark Froling is president of Froling Energy, a mechanical contractor based in Peterborough, New Hampshire, focused on the installation of commercial biomass boiler systems. He has more than 25 years of experience in construction and the design and installation of mechanical systems. Mark founded Froling LLC in 2008. The company's first contracts were with New England Wood Pellet to modify their Jaffrey, New Hampshire operations and construct 2 new wood pellet manufacturing plants in New York State. So I want to open up this panel and we're going to discuss existing technologies and maybe a little bit of where they move forward. But I'd say we're excited for all the panels that came here. Been great discussions. Unfortunately, I missed the forest one for another engagement that I couldn't get away from. But moving forward, we hope this is the beginning of a collaboration between policymakers, people that are actually at the front end of operationalizing these concepts, and maybe a future project with a power purchase agreement in New Hampshire. So without further ado, I'm just going to turn it over to the panel. Mark, if you would, actually, how about we go out to the outstation because you have to get off first, Larry, and go ahead and make your comments, take yourself off mute.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the group today. Our background in New Hampshire was basically a biomass to turbine generator project that was at the New England Wood Pellets site in New Hampshire. We actually had the generator. We were able to take wood available, gasify it, and run the turbine. The problem was carryover of ash, which then got on the turbine blades and damaged the turbine. So we worked through that project into 2017 and ultimately dismantled the facility. If anyone's interested, the assets are available. We sold it to another group, and I know where it is if you want to have any talk about restarting that project. But basically, we then focus forward into black pellet technology, where we're raising the energy value of traditional white pellets up to an energy process that's equal to coal. So we're getting energy values equal to steam coal. We worked through the process with a number of different countries around the world. Not a lot of opportunities in the US until the last 2 years. We're starting to get a lot of movement in the marketplace about using black pellets, which grind and store and have about the same energy value as steam coal, that we can get into substituting and reducing emissions from power stations using biomass energy that's been converted. And that process is a low-cost conversion. It eliminates stranded assets in the utility industry. And, we spent a lot of time working through these issues with people around the world. A lot of the discussion this morning was centered on the same issues that the people in Japan are facing, the people in Europe are facing. It really comes down to how do we take existing technologies or emerging technologies and get them into the process today to start reducing emissions and not waiting till 2050 or not waiting to 2030, or whatever the target is of each country that we're talking to. I'm encouraged with what I've heard this morning. There's some, and I appreciate all the issues within New England. I'm used to a lot of managed forest in the Southeast. So managed forest are really, for me, the biggest issue for managed forest becomes sustainability. Yes, the forest can be CO2 neutral, but it really comes down to, can you sustain that target for a long period of time? And when you put the two, sustainability and together with CO2 neutrality, that's where you really get the benefit for biomass as a fuel. Just a couple of things that concern me worldwide, and don't mean to preach on the subject, but we lost a grid structure here in Texas. I live in Houston this past spring. And part of that was because there was a lot of wind and solar and not enough maintenance on the facilities that are left. So earlier today, where I heard about, the bottom line is we need to maintain baseload energy. Baseload energy supports the grid when the wind doesn't blow and when the sun doesn't shine. And we've seen in Europe this year and within the last 2 weeks, there's not enough wind energy. So all the turbines are not producing enough energy. So the British government has decided to burn coal again. And those are things that are disconcerting. We have the technologies to do things differently. And with that, again, I thank you for letting me be on the panel, and I'll turn it back over to you, Jason.
We got a question for you, Larry.
Okay.
No, you have a hard stop at 11:15 Central, Larry, so just want to get this to you. So as you market your pellets internationally, are you hearing some of the same regulatory issues we've been discussing here this morning?
You know, we've done enough testing and trialing with the utilities that we've worked with, especially in Japan and Europe. We're not seeing a major problem with converting a boiler over to black pellets. It really comes down to there's not that much volume in the market today. So we are working with customers to develop the market and get more product into it. The feed-in tariff in Japan is still in place, and it's fairly lucrative for the utilities. But we have, I'm seeing a lot more non-utility power needs coming in for chemical companies, for example. They want to produce green chemicals. They want to produce green energy to produce those green chemicals. So we're looking at conversions at this point, but the restrictions overseas are much less than what the restrictions are in the U.S.
Great, thank you.
Hey, I have a question for you, Larry. So what's the reduction in particulate CO2 versus coal? You talked a lot about the thermal heat output from coal being very similar to your black pellet technology, but what are we talking about here from a permitting standpoint?
Emissions are almost a direct emission reduction as you increase the amount of black pellets on nitrogen. There's very little mercury at all in wood. There is some, but not a lot. You know, we have a complete analysis that we could share with the group on, you know, what the specifications look like. Our ash content is less than 1%. Coal, you know, steam coal can be anywhere from 4% to somewhere around 20%. So, you know, there's a lot of issues. Ash ponds are probably one of my favorite discussion topics. Ash ponds will really create problems with water, and water will eventually become one of the most critical needs in the U.S. and throughout the world.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Bryce before he drops off the line in a few minutes? Okay, well, thank you for your participation. I know it's been back and forth. You almost got on a plane, but thanks for joining us via Zoom. We really appreciate your time, and stay on as long as you can.
Okay, I'll stay on just a few more minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to turn it over to Mark.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for inviting me this morning. This is really tremendous. Glad to be part of a panel and trying to exchange as much information to you guys as I can to share, so you guys can make a solid decision if this is an appropriate technology for you guys. If I have learned one thing over the last 20 years as I'm moving along here in the biomass world, is that there's really no rule of thumbs that you can apply, even though you will hear me mentioning about 10 of them very shortly here. But there's no good rule of thumbs for sort of saying this is what you should do. And so the careful deliberation and decision making is really, unfortunately, what you have to go through for each individual project. And especially when it's such a sophisticated project here with you guys, you're swimming a little bit uphill because you, of course, are very interested in the electric energy portion, which biomass, frankly, is, because of the way the incentive structure works here in this state, it's not ideally suited. So as Dan Wilson mentioned earlier, thermally led biomass installation is the most feasible project that you can build here, which then would mean you would have about 10 times as much thermal energy, because, you know, a steam generator is just not so efficient. If you can gain a little bit more efficiency by going to the next step technology, an organic Rankine cycle turbine, and so you can gain a little bit more. You can inch close to 20% efficiency, so that you still have 80% of usable thermal energy after that. So if you need a 0.6 megawatts out, or just 0.75 megawatts or something like that, if you have that as part of your baseload capacity here, then, you know, you're going to have, say, you're going to have another 6
megawatt or 7 megawatts of heat afterwards, which is really hard to get rid of. You can't just dissipate it in the atmosphere. And that's where sort of where you have to consider each individual project quite carefully. And so having said that, of course, this can be designed for that's not such a large installation. Most of the generators that we mentioned up earlier are much, much larger generators. A normal generator in this state is wood generators, at a minimum 15 to 20 megawatts. That's a good sized generator around here, and the larger ones even go 3 times that. And so this size generator is absolutely within the capabilities of a design project, an engineering project. But I think the biggest challenge here that you will have to really make good use of energy, because you don't want to waste the energy. As soon as energy is wasted, you are, well, not just wasting the money, but you're also swimming upstream against all the efficiencies and the renewable energy. Even if it's renewable, if you're wasting 80% of your energy, that just doesn't make any sort of sense, And so that's really why the generators in this states, they haven't made any sense for a long time, because they are not sustainable economically without pretty substantial incentives. So when you have a brand new project and you can design a thermally led system, then you have to start thinking who could be a thermal off-taker, because you don't have enough thermal energy to be used here. So either you would have to generate a process to use that thermal energy, or your PPA client would have a host that uses energy such as wood products, somebody that's drying wood, some major utilizer of thermal energy, or Stonyfield yogurt that needs energy all day long to pasteurize the yogurt. But you're pretty rural here, so you're not going to find your neighbor. None of these farms around here are going to utilize 5 megawatts of thermal energy. So you're really going to have to invite a PPA host that can think outside the box, host it in here, maybe transport some energy away. Those are sort of the challenges that you have here. So I own a couple PPAs on a smaller scale, not the size that you have, but they're they're thermal PPAs, so they're different anyways to begin with. So I'm only selling the thermal energy, and one is just in the next town over. But these kind of arrangements actually work very well. They're not very complicated. You're selling essentially just thermal energy, and in this case, you might be selling 2 types of energy essentially. So you have one boiler, it makes thermal energy, and then from there it produces some power and a lot of heat. And so those are the challenges that you have there.
Heat load, we don't have a lot of.
Yeah, time.
Cooling load. We have can you talk a little bit about the cooling portion of the combined heat and cooling power?
Yeah, so tri-generation. I mean, we have just finished a project, but it's again, you're working at a different scale that I'm not necessarily. Sorry, this is kind of almost in the way. So I'm always looking at half your face. The cooling is it's really quite simple. I was a little bit surprised how simple it was, and I worked with Wilson Engineering on the local library here, actually in the town that Steve lives in, just about 3 or 4 towns over in the town of Peterborough, where we have a heat-driven chiller, and it's essentially a static device that only has one pump on it, and it essentially converts the heat into cooling energy. And we are sending a low-grade heat in there at about 190 degrees F, and we are getting 50 degrees cold water out of that. And when that is beneficial for us, this project there, the town of Peterborough is very keen in reducing the overall carbon footprint, and actually an air source heat pump has quite a bit of a carbon footprint all in all. It's a fully electric appliance. And so it has an enormous amount of, the chilling is the largest energy demand in that building. And so there's already a small solar system on there. It's quite small. I think it's just a maybe 20 kilowatt system or something like that, or 15 kilowatt system, but it doesn't offset all the electricity for the heat pump or for the chilling in that building. So there was a demand by the client, the town of Peterborough, to really have the minimal amounts of emissions, carbon emissions as possible. And so we came up with that system, and we didn't have any experience with that. And so we hired Wilson Engineering to help us size and fit that in there. And it worked out quite well. And it's actually less costly with biomass to operate this chiller than it is to run an air source chiller.
Lithium bromide.
Pardon me?
Lithium bromide.
No, it's just a water and bromide. Yeah, it's no chemicals at all. It's an unusual chiller in this case, but
Could you upscale that? Or could you sell the space?
you can scale it up, yes. And in fact, it works a little bit better if you scale it up. It works even better if you raise temperatures. There's double effect, single effect chillers and things like that. Well, it's a little bit like in your camper. So if you have an older type camper, you would have a liquid propane refrigerator, and that is the same chilling effect. It's an absorption technique that is being used. And it's tried and true. This has been around actually much longer than vapor compression chillers. The heat-driven chillers are actually the first chilling technology. All of New York City was chilled like that before air-sourced chiller came about, and electric vapor compression chillers came about. So this is not brand new technologies, and that's what really appealed to me, because I live very much in reality. With my company, I install a tremendous amount of biomass boilers. We have about 250 boilers out there, or a little bit more than 250 boilers out in this state and in Massachusetts and Vermont as well. And so reliability is really important, and things that have a minimum amount of parts and pieces, and uptime is important. And so we are always sourcing really reliable, tried and true technology. We're not necessarily, we love learning about the new stuff that's out there, but we very much have to sell and service our technology. So we don't try to experiment so much with clients' assets and on locations, because in the middle of the winter when it's cold and your heat's not functioning, they're actually going to call us, and so we don't like to go there. And so we're very conservative in our approach, and oftentimes it's already a pretty good sized leap to go to biomass from a gaseous fuel or liquefied fuel. And so we already have enough problems as it is with adapting to solid fuel technologies. And so we've been choosing very safe suppliers and very safe services and practices. And so we've had a good experience to quite large scales. We've done boilers up to sort of 10 megawatts, and as small as residential boilers as well. And then also have our own CHP, and also it's a thermally led CHP, because that makes a lot of sense. You can actually utilize about 75% of your energy from the fuel coming in to the energy out. And that once you reach that 75%, then everything starts to work out economically as well. And I think that's enough for now, because it's another panel.
It is, but I was talking to Mr. Nitzke, I'd like to get the group together in the future, 6-8 months down the road. And part of that would be a panel that actually talks about more of the monetization of all this technology. Like how do we get, and then would be inviting folks from we're still under the Department of Air Force, the Department of Air Force Civil Engineer Center that deals with real estate transactions and these agreements, people from DLA that administer the power purchase agreements and perform all those kind of things, so that you guys and we learn more about what the current policy is. It changed all the time. 5 years ago, we were privatizing all of our utilities in the Air Force. We were turning over all of our transmission lines, distribution lines, substations, switches, everything over to private entities. And then there was a moratorium on it because it became very expensive to expand mission, like because you were unilaterally negotiating with a single company. So there was a hold on that. But now, power purchase agreements where we're tied into our rate, we're getting a benefit from a lower rate or at least a stable rate over the, and that's really what it's come down to, a stable rate over a period of performance. There's a lot of appetite for that in the Department of Defense. So I'd like to, gauge my thoughts on it, switch over. Thank you for your comments and participating and your experience, and then maybe move over to Steve, and then we'll finish up. Great.
Yeah, hi, thanks. So I was a founder in New England Wood Pellet. I started that a long time ago, so my blood is built in biomass and absolutely love it. The companies, there's actually 2 development stage companies. We're not selling anything right now. We're transferring technology at the moment from NASA to things we can use here on the ground. And it's not exactly the way it started. It was a little bit of a transition for me going from logging landings, sawmills and pellet mills to clean rooms, NASA secured labs and Sandia labs. So I'm still trying to get my head around this, but but it's been an amazing experience. And it turns out satellites need heating, cooling, and electricity too. And it's whatever happens up there, there's kind of 2 pretty serious requirements. It's got to work, or very, very, very expensive equipment goes down. And it's got to work for a long time because it's really expensive to go service these things. I didn't even know they service satellites till I got into this, and turns out they do. But it's a cost of sometimes $100 million to get a person there. It's pretty little more than the average boiler. So we've got these 2 technologies. One technology is a heat pump technology, and that they use those for cooling and heating on satellites. And in fact, you do need to do heating sometimes too, and cooling. I always thought of space is really cold, but it turns out it gets pretty hot when it's in the sun. And so this is a technology. It's about twice the efficiency of current technology here. They've been using it for 40 years. Our game is to just make it so it's affordable. Right now, they're handmade one at a time, and this is a very expensive way to do business. A lot of people said, you're crazy, you're never going to be able to do this. But I remind them, let's take a $120 inkjet printer and go build that by hand and tell me what it's going to cost. And the fact that these things cost $1 million a piece, and we hope to get it down to a few $100, it doesn't sound so crazy when you look at it that way. So heat pumps, electrification of buildings, that's one of the big topics here. We don't need to burn anything. We don't need to use any fuel. I mean, there's a lot of people saying that. We did a study a long time ago and the state of Maine sort of backed that up with a real white paper type of study that said, okay, what if we electrify all the buildings, and what if we get rid of all the heating? And it turns out that in the ISO New England station, that's New England cutting off the tip of Maine, we need about 40 gigawatts more power on the coldest day, which would be the equivalent of 40 nuclear power plants. And that's the amount of electricity. Then you got to move it through transmission, and then you got to get it down the roads, and none of which can even come close to handling this. And in fact, about 20% of the houses can't handle it. They don't have the electrical service even within their house to handle it. So this isn't such a great plan. And we're in the business of doing this. So the second part of the technology, which is more interesting, more pertinent, and relevant to this. But I did want to throw that in because I am 100% believer that we are going to be using fuel. We have to use fuel. There's no technology out there. There's no battery company suggesting they can solve this problem. Nobody. No one's even saying they can do it. I mean, even wackos aren't saying they can do it. And there's plenty of those out there. So we're building this. Second part of this that we're transferring to NASA is generating electricity, and this is an engine technology. So you define an engine as what a power plant is, a steam Rankine cycle. You can define an engine as what's in your car as you would know it, or a jet engine or what have you. So they're all engines that take heat and turn it into electricity, and that's something that Mark's been involved with back pressure steam turbines, and you've been involved with
also. This is a slightly different technology. It's actually not new. NASA has not been using it on critical space missions. They're experimenting with it now. They're actively working on taking this fairly old technology and bringing it to the forefront and making it work. And it's called the closed loop Brayton cycle. It's a jet engine that basically is tied into a big loop. Without getting into the details, I'd be happy to talk to anyone afterwards about it. It's totally silent, zero emission. You just got to apply heat to it. And much like a Stirling engine, for those that are familiar with that, the difference here is this is a lot easier to adapt a heat exchanger to. Stirling engines are very good for concentrated solar and nuclear. And what NASA does, by the way, is nuclear when it's not solar panels, as the iconic part that you see on a satellite. It's a nuclear. Thermal nuclear, but nuclear isn't electricity. Nuclear makes heat. You got to convert that to electricity. So that's why they're looking at these engine technologies. Sandia Labs working on this, GE is working on this, and we're working on this. And those are the only companies we know of globally that are working on developing this technology. With NASA. The neat thing about this is that it just got to apply heat. It's a closed loop system. It's hermetically sealed. So we can it's totally fuel agnostic, basically, and we can take any kind of fuel and convert that to electricity. These are extraordinarily efficient. The conversion ratio is almost about 40% heat to electric. So this starts making electric really work. And it is also very, very conducive to cogeneration because we can totally adjust the temperature of the heat you want. So if you want it to be hotter or cooler, fine. You kind of get what you get out of a jet engine. You kind of, with a steam cycle, it gets really inefficient if you try to jack the temperature up. This does get less efficient if you want higher temperature heat, but it will work really well. So that's what we're working on. And we believe that, we've got a working prototype now. We've been working with NASA on this. NASA owns the first one. We're going to own the second one. The first one's been up and running, got to run it and play with it and push it to extremes. With NASA's permission. And I want to try to, I don't want to break mine, so let's play with theirs. We've spent years building these things, and so we're hoping to have this out in the next few years. I'm a huge believer that what we're going to end up with is a lot of distributed generation, but that doesn't get rid of the big generation. I mean, it's about having it all. There is no one silver bullet here. There is no one great solution. Wind and solar is wonderful, and I hope it grows tenfold each, and I think it's very likely to do that, but that's not going to solve the whole problem either. We're electrifying our vehicles too, and we're going to be electrifying a lot of heating, and so this means a lot more electricity. So that's been a big focus on this. So we hope to see this technology applied. It could be definitely applied directly to biomass. Wish it was for sale today.
Steve, this is going to be your vision is at the residential.
Yeah, so the scale we're building right now, we've got the NASA unit we're building is actually only 500 watts. We're building 5,000 watt at 5 kW. GE's working on one that's 10 megawatts, which is small. They're using a slightly different working fluid, same technology. A lot of this being funded by ARPA-E, the Advanced Research Project Administration for Energy. The advanced, yeah, God, I think I got that right. So the scale of this can go anywhere. And in fact, they're working on what GE is really after is taking the next generation nuclear power and doing this because they could take nuclear stations and get a lot more electricity out of them. So they could use the same amount of nuclear energy to get a lot more electricity, and they can scale that up into half gigawatt systems. So it's the biggest key is it can go really small and 500 watts, and this thing's running right. We've gotten it up to 25% efficiency, and we're only 3 days into actual testing of it. We'll get it to 40.
You got to tell them your company's name. Hello.
Oh yeah, IMBY, in my backyard. So I will see if the marketing people want that to stick, but I kind of like it.
Well, thanks, Steve. I really appreciate your insight on that. George has been bending my ear about the Brinking cycle. I'm a civil guy.
Yeah.
Roads, bridges, dams, and did a little bit of micro hydro, a little wind power when I was in Afghanistan. Both were abject failures because of where they're instituted, but they got people in that country thinking about green power. And so that was interesting, but thank you for your insight. And Greg, you want to close us out here for the morning? And
Yeah.
we can get to you, right?
I get to go last, which is nice. I can say, yes to what everybody said. I think just to start off, Dan Wilson, I work with him a fair bit. And one of the things he compared wood to was a battery. And I was up in Lincoln, Maine yesterday driving by. I was driving too fast. I couldn't take a picture of this, but it was the solar energy storage facility. And there was a logging truck full of logs driving into it. And I was laughing to myself. I wanted to take a picture of this. I mean, I think it truly is a beautiful way to think of biomass energy as a solar energy storage device, wood, and if we think about that, I don't know a heck of a lot about the sort of the regulatory environment here in New Hampshire, so I'll stay away from that in policy. The one thing I will say that is a huge advantage of biomass and steam biomass in New Hampshire is it's somewhat lax with regard to operators, steam operators, and so you can kind of get away with a little bit more than you can in Massachusetts or Maine or some other states. So that's interesting. But in my opinion, that we in the steam world, this is sort of the golden age of biomass. We've in the United States are a little bit behind the 8 ball as far as automation of our steam systems. So if we think about I used to work for a German company that we sold boiler automation controls and steam system controls throughout the world. And in some parts of the world, it's not uncommon to go 2 or 3 days between checks of a boiler room and have all the equipment there, boilers, pumps, turbines, et cetera, all automated. And so while we probably can't do that legally here in the United States, the technology is there certainly to do it. And so that makes it really much easier than it has been historically from a manpower and a contracting perspective to have to site these facilities on a facility like this. My background, like market steam energy, and I work with the company I work with currently. We design, build biomass systems, but really we're a turbine, back pressure and condensing steam turbine manufacturer, small scale. Not like the large biomass stations that we talked about earlier, but 150 kW, 275 kW, 600 kW, up to a megawatt, basically, depending on the setup in the system. And so those systems are pretty great to incorporate into a system like this. But as you pointed out, we have to work on understanding where the thermal energy is going to go first and foremost, and then design sort of the rest of the system around that. And in this case, and this is some of the systems I like to work on the most, a clean slate is oftentimes the best because we can optimize everything to work together. Versus if you had a wood-fired boiler and some heating load and maybe an absorption chiller, trying to find a way to generate electricity in there as well can be sometimes difficult. So this is sort of a best case scenario, starting from scratch, because we can get all the pieces to work together really nicely. And steam turbines are 1880s technology. This is not axial flow. Steam turbines are very old. The turbines that we manufacture are radial flow, a little bit different design, but very similar principle of operation, and designed in the late 90s, early 2000s. So sort of a big leap forward, but the basic working principle is the same. And really, I think the big improvement is in the automation. So I think that's one of the things that everybody's brought a lot to the conversation, but something we haven't talked on is how much easier the systems are to own, whether it's a private entity owning it or yourself owning it, and to operate and to man that facility. So I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
So you're in line.
Yes.
One of the reasons we want you guys to join us.
Yeah.
You guys do small scale hydro.
That's right. Yeah.
Unique hydro. Like in fact, Matt
Yeah.
Southern California, you were doing hydro recovery from irrigation canal.
That's right, yeah.
That's what, oh, you know, one of the things we thought about here, like in Boston, which wouldn't necessarily be unique to us, being New Hampshire, kind of New England centric, is to take baseload wood, 'cause we're basically a baseload plant. But we do have some modulation. We use like pump hydro storage to do a modulation. I know, Steve, your system is looking at in-tank thermal storage, which is fantastic. I think that's amazing. So you're getting, we're crossing that storage need with meaningful things like wood, like in-tank thermal. But pumped hydro, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it varies tremendously on location. And so we'd have to do a little bit of an analysis on this site. But yeah, it's totally viable. We have to have a need for it, which is a big thing, and a way to get the water up the hill. Obviously, it's pumped, and its pump is generally run by electricity, but there usually needs to be a reason to pump that water up the hill, whether it's taking advantage of low electrical costs at night, for instance, and then being able to generate power during the day. That's an example. But being able to cover peak loads, you know, like, so if you wanted to start a chiller, and a chiller had a large load that would ratchet demand charges, that would be an opportunity to look at pumped hydro as a way to offset the demand charges. But it's, you know, you really have to play with the actual site to figure it out. It is a complex, to Mark's point, very complex equation.
So do you have any, either one of you have active projects that you're underway with right now in New Hampshire?
Yeah.
That you could talk to?
Yeah, I can, well, without, I don't, I guess I'd rather not speak about the customer's name.
Right.
But it's a large pharmaceutical company in New Hampshire, and that probably gives it away.
You're not doing so well here.
I didn't say the name. Yeah, using existing steam flows in order to generate meaningful electric power, and in this case, as is becoming, you know, the kind of the buzzword in the industry, resiliency, right? So we had events in New York City, Hurricane Sandy, and other events, and then continuing to look at climate change and trying to figure out what's happening, and also concerns about the state of the electrical grid. You know, there's our electrical grid in the United States is some of the oldest in the country, and it also is scary. So, well, I think it's scary, but it's also some of the hardest to improve. I mean, I'm from Maine, and we are getting hit by ads by the minute about the CMP corridor. Has anybody heard about that whole project? And so I was up in the woods of Maine this past weekend in private forest land where the corridor would primarily cut through. And, you know, there's loggers actively cutting wood off these lands, and they're proposing cutting a corridor and running transmission lines to get hydropower down from Quebec. And so there's questions about, you know, importing foreign power, and I get that question, but, you know, cutting wood off the land that's already forest land is seems like it should be a no-brainer to me. That's a big piece of debate in Maine right now. Yeah.
We're, as a biomass equipment installer, we're always working on about 5 or 6 or 7 projects at one time, because our sales cycle is such that we're dealing almost exclusively with school districts, municipalities, universities, and it takes 1 or 2 or maybe sometimes 3 years if the funding is not right there, and so we're always working on projects. So we're working probably actively on a dozen projects at any given time. That is pretty normal for us to we're working. The Peterborough Library is already done. It's completed. We have 1 BTU meter that's not working yet, and it's just so typical that I'm struggling with an electronic device after everything is heating and cooling, and I have this one little 1.5-inch BTU meter that's giving me really actually more run than the entire welding scope, which is just crazy. But that's kind of a normal project for us. But yeah, that thing is running quite nicely. It's been up for about a month or so. It's been heating and cooling, and we transferred from the heating to the cooling. That's from the cooling to the heating system. That works quite well, better than I actually had thought.
You should
So-
go visit this
Yeah.
site.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You saw how the Harlow over there.
That's-
No, you really should. It's an amazing system.
Harlow's is good. Yeah, it's just very small scale, but there's a tremendous amount of CHPs
Hey, Martin,
in Keene.
is there power
Um,
generation or is it just heating?
No,
and
it's
cooling?
just heating and cooling in that one. The power generation is actually done by the solar component there.
Got it.
But
Yeah.
the revenue cutting, you're saying Keene is CHP.
That is CHP. Yeah. That's only 30 minutes from the Peterborough site. Everything is so close here. But we have, I would say that we probably have a good, 100 commercial sites in the States that are, not necessarily the size that you need, because that's a little bit larger than most commercial clients, but we have people that we have clients where we're servicing 1 million square feet with 1,000 or 1,500 employees and stuff like that. So we definitely have the scale that you work at, but not everybody. In New Hampshire, it's mostly all thermal clients, because it makes the most financial sense to go just to do the commercial, the thermal component.
So the concerns that
Yeah.
Greg brought up and Steve brought up are the concerns that me and my team have every day is New Hampshire, not just the grid and the infrastructure, but the weather, right? And it's all things being equal, we get every 25 to 50 years a pretty bad ice storm.
Yeah.
That knocks out a significant proportion of the grid. We don't have anybody in the room, but I gather that back in 2009, we ran on our backup power generation for 10 days.
Yeah.
With our prime power generators. That's where we put most of the hours, the 3,000 hours on those generators. But I think of things of what just happened a few months back with the cybersecurity attack on the actual fuel corridor going down the East Coast. We're all susceptible to that kind of things, and even the Air Force, our DoD systems, we're incorporating protection, but having your own self-generation capability is the way we kind of use the design bases. If you go to historic bases like Randolph or Wright-Patterson or Fort Drum, some of these old bases, they were built around their own self-sustainability. Whether that's with microgrids or smaller type technology, whether it's infrastructure wide, that's kind of the problem we're looking at. And wood's just biomass is a potential answer. There's a lot of push in the Air Force to use proven technology, which is where you're talking, older steam engines, older technology. They're not generally NASA, yes. DITRA, yes. These folks are looking at it. The Air Force, unfortunately, is very risk averse, but the kind of way you get around that is through either an enhanced use lease or a power purchase agreement where the risk is taken off the Air Force to make that investment in the capital, and we're providing a revenue stream. So just so you have a mindset as we talk in the future, that's kind of how we're at, and our mind is.
It makes a lot of sense to go to 40% in terms of getting, electric energy. I mean, thermal energy, electric energy. Electric energy is just more useful in this world at this point. Thermal energy is clearly how nature works, and that has its own use, but to send pipes all around and convert everything to thermal mechanics, it's just too complicated at this stage, but I'm a huge proponent, to increase efficiencies. I'll be the very first user if Steve ever, gets this done.
Actually gets it done.
Then I'll be connecting that
When?
right up, and hopefully, because if you can triple or quadruple your efficiency, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But
This is
but
Dan.
I
Can
am-
I jump in and say one thing real fast? I apologize for jumping in the middle there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so I really appreciate the discussion and the PPA method, with third party, essentially ownership and supplying energy. All the stuff that's been discussed in the existing technology ones there's zero permit thresholds for air quality. They're any kind of challenging for what you want to do. If you wanted to make your power from biomass, you can increase efficiencies on just power generation by using some of the waste heat if you have some cooling needs or some of your heating or other things. But if you're willing to pay more for your electricity because it comes from biomass sited at your site, with PPA, with third-party ownership, there are no technical permitting or really even financial challenges to that if you're willing to pay the right amount for the electricity. And so I just wanted to point that out because we've been saying, hey, you gotta use the heat, and you do for most economic scenarios. But if you're willing to pay somewhat more for your electricity and guarantee that over 20 years or whatever you can sign the PPAs for, none of this is ultimately that challenging. I just wanted to point that out.
Also, to that point, Dan, I mean, if you wanted to design a requirement for the ability to be redundant and island yourself, right? But that could be easily designed into a system, and you would sacrifice potentially the economics in the short term for that 10-day ice storm, right? In order to be able to be fully resilient and operate independently from the grid for a short amount of time, and then switch back to being able to operate cheaper than the grid, right? For the remainder of the, for the 99.9% of the time when you wouldn't be islanded.
Right, because we also.
I'm not sure if you'll ever be cheaper than the grid at this scale, but you can pay for it and get it. It's no problem.
You pay the $40 to $50 megawatt hour tariff for the client to participate. Sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, why not? Why couldn't the town do that? Why couldn't you do the municipal level? Why couldn't people just say, you know what?
People do.
I saw the ring and we're fine.
No, people do. It's a big pain in the neck.
Yeah, it's an investment. Sure. But it has resiliency to it, it has control to it. You're not going to be subjected to, political ones here and there, or price of gas doubling or.
But I think when I say that the town doesn't have the same requirement to have uptime like a military base does. You know what I mean? If the power goes down to my house, that's acceptable, right? If we don't have GPS anymore on our satellites because this base is down,
So
some people are going to get on the phone.
I think this is kind of like the conversation back there for some of the big power generators, is that these systems run better when they're providing the base load. They don't run very well as a backup load. And so traditionally in the Air Force, we look at it as our secondary form of power is the least economically efficient method, and the grid being the primary, most economically viable solution. And we put a lot of time into maintaining these generators and running them up to 80% load a year, running up there, checking our switchgear, making transfers over monthly, and storing fuel that we never use, and wasting that fuel. I mean, it's very expensive in that route, but really we'd be looking at it as it would have to, if we're using biomass, tell me if I'm wrong, I think it has to be the primary source in order for it to be viable. That's the one, what I see, the one issue with it is that's what we couldn't get around. We couldn't get around doing that internally. We're not going to create a new class of federal worker that's going to be biomass boiler plant operator, or maintainer. So it has to almost be that mechanism where it's a PPA.
This, benefits and also some challenges, of course. I mean, the challenge is that you're off base, you're not in an urban environment where there's other off takers. Generally, a PPA is very attractive to people that want to be a contractor for energy. There's lots of people that want to do that, but
another thing is that we've done private-public partnerships, not necessarily power purchase agreements, in the Department of the Air Force with the city of Scottsdale, for instance, where we got on their contract for waste management refuge because we were able to get an economy of scale and both parties get less of a burden. So when George says, why don't municipalities do that, or why can't they buy a portion of it? I don't see us running giant steam lines through Amherst and New Boston, but there may be some other
Hot
technology.
water, maybe not steam. You can move heat long distances with.
So
I'm not suggesting that's viable, but.
yeah, but I mean, you have to find some kind of incentive for the local population too. I mean, I don't know that saying that we're going to reduce our carbon sequestration or it's going to be enough for somebody to say we're going to put whatever number of grams of particulate in the air next to your multi-million-dollar house and your horse farm. So we have to find out. It's got to be mutually beneficial. That's the reality of it, right? Anything that we would do is going to be an EIS.
Yeah.
Right? There's have to be an environmental impact statement on it. Of course, we're going to have to get air quality permits, but it's going to, from what the technology says, it's a lot less than us running our generators up coal fired, 12 times a year or having to use them for a protracted period. So a lot of things to talk about, future discussions. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Niski and just say thank you for the panel for being here. Thanks for the consultation as we build this thing up. It's the first time event for you, Boston. It was a pleasure meeting all of you.
Yeah, and thank you, Jason. Next time we do this for 8 hours. All day. So, Commander, let's go ahead and step out and just wants to send us appreciation and thanks to everyone. We've learned so much. Like I said, we'll probably be culminating this in an out report. We'll make it available to you as much as we can. So, with that, who do we have that might be interested in going on the tour? Everybody. So if we give ourselves, say, 1:15, we can get through it in 45 minutes at the outstation by 1:15, we'll have a minivan out here, or a mom van, that will lead the charge, and we'll just follow along in our own cars. This is our way we're exiting the base. Now we're going to take you by some historic sites, see some good looks. Trust me, if the minivan can get across that bridge, you're going to know what I'm talking about. You can too, in your cars. Okay, thank you so much.
So you're trying to presumably replace